Beautiful. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we have already two iconic Battle of Britain Memorial Flight aircraft. I was just about to say both airborne, but one's just landed. They were airborne as I just pulled up, which is nice. Welcome to the TED HQ. We do have a Hurricane still out. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, ladies, gents and teddy bears, home of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And Coningsby has been home to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight since 1976. Thanks for joining us on this chilled out day. So that was P7350 that just landed. We've got LF363 still airborne, which is the Hurricane. So hopefully we'll catch very shortly as well. Start to the morning. Welcome to the show. My name's Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman and commentator. We do have with us our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. So P7350 to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. This is the most important aircraft. It did actually take part in the Battle of Britain itself. A true veteran. Just listen out now for the Hurricane LF363. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Hear it. There it is. I can see it now. So RAF Coningsby during the Second World War was a bomber command station allocated to number 5 Group Bomber Command station. It didn't home Spitfires or Hurricanes, it was solely a bomber station. That was from 1940 all the way to the arrival of the Phantom with number 6 Squadron in 1969, changing Coningsby's bomber role to a fighter town role. Coningsby has 2 Hurricanes in their Bbmf infantry. Watching this. Are you watching this? Absolutely wonderful Hawker Hurricane Lady Shanty Teddy Bears LF363 entered service around about 9 months before the Supermarine Spitfire. It was of December 1937 with Treble 1 Squadron. A display in the morning. Now it is possible we may get 2 displays. Into the Ted Coningsby channel. Live at Ted's home, Ted HQ. Gear coming down. Well, I'll just turn around a moment just to catch my right side. squadrons look like 303 Kozuszko, Polish squadron. It's the Romeo Foxtrot markings, if I remember correctly. They've got a red tail band, sorry, just on the fuselage there. So you can see where the tail and the fuselage sort of connect. Got a red tail band. And a very successful squadron as well, 303 squadron. Wow. Amazing. What a start to the morning, and yet I was a bit late as well. I managed to record the takeoffs while mid setup. But I need to get some footage for you. Wasn't late for this though. LF363, believed to be the last Hurricane to enter service with the Royal Air Force. There aren't many airworthy Hurricanes around, and the Bbmf are proud to operate two. The other one is PZ865, which was the last Hurricane built. So they've got the last one to enter service, which is this one, and PZ865, which is the last Hurricane built. In total, there were 14,533 Hawker Hurricanes built. done. Oh, what a good start to the morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. That was LF363, the last Hurricane to enter service with the Royal Air Force. Wow, amazing, isn't it? And, well, I started a bit earlier than I thought I was going to start. Beautiful. Great start to the morning. So that was LF363. Now that aircraft first flew on January 1944. How are we? Let's turn this round. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, today. So we did see PZ350 very briefly. My name's Nick Ossum, your cameraman and commentator. How are you? Goodness me, it's bright today, but hey, it's dry and I've got a t-shirt on, so that's all good. But that LF363 is a Mark II C, and it first flew in January the 1st, 1944. It was delivered to the number 5 maintenance unit on January the 28th, 44, and was in continual use with the Royal Air Force in its service until its crash landing in 91. It was believed to be the last Hurricane to enter service. The aircraft served with 63 and 309 Polish Squadron and 26 Squadron as well before the cessation of the hostilities. Unlike many other Hurricanes, LF363 was not scrapped but served on various station flights as well, and it appeared in Jack Hawkins' film The Angels on Angels 1-5. Hawkins received the aircraft in September 1952 to be fully refurbished before she was returned to RAF duties. In 19... Sounds good. Sounds good. We may have more. In 1954, whilst being operated by the Royal Air Force Water Beach Station flight, she appeared in the television series The War in the Air, and the following year in the film of the late group Captain Douglas Bader's life, Reach for the Sky, which I do recommend to see. It's always good, that film. True story, the legend himself with the Duxford wing, changing some of the strategies and also changed the broke history really with having no legs and tried to evade capture several times, and they even delivered the leg. I think, what squadron is it that delivered the artificial leg, prosthetic leg? I'd like to say it was number 7 Squadron. Hang on. No. Was it a squadron from Cranwell? It could have been a squadron from Cranwell that did that, you know. Not 7 was the first to fly the Sterling. And I think, I'll find out, but one of the squadrons we spoke about recently dropped the prosthetic leg while he was a POW. They allowed this flight. So that was pretty amazing. But yeah, Reach for the Sky. It's about Douglas Bader's life. And when you hear me say Bader, there's a little scene in it where the MOD police was trying to give him a ticket for riding his cycle with about 5 on there. No, the vehicle. They did something to the officer's bike in that film. So it was followed by becoming a founder and member of the RAF Historic Flight at Biggin Hill in 57. On September 11th, 1991, whilst en route to Coningsby to Jersey, the aircraft's engine started running rough, pouring smoke as well. So it's had a few issues in its past, and the pilot squadron leader, Alan Slam Martin, attempted to land at Wittering, but the engine failed completely, resulting in a crash landing on the airfield of Wittering. LF363 continued to complete and be rebuilt in the autumn of 1998. It took about 7 years and finished in the colours at that time during that 56 fighter. The Bbmf, they changed the livery every 5 years, so they'll they'll base it on a particular famous or significant squadron during the times of World War II. And in this instance, we saw the Romeo Foxtrot markings, which indicate the Polish squadron Koziuszko 303, which were operating out of Norfolk. I'm going to find out about Douglas Bader's leg. Hang on a minute. Hang on, what squadron? Bader's leg. I'm just going to find out. We only spoke about them not long ago. 18 Squadron dropped Douglas Bader's spare leg by parachute during Operation Leg. That's the one. I can't believe they allowed it, and I guess they did. And yes, you know why I thought it was 7 Squadron? It's because 18 Squadron operate from Odium, and so do number 7. So that'll be why. So it was number 18. Nice one. How are we doing? Hope we're all feeling well and feeling good. Big shout out to everyone: Simon Watchorn, Claire Bear, Marnie, Alistair Goodwin, Dita Kikeri, Dave Holloway, Julie Beard. Hope we're all good. Bernardus Jones, you're welcome. Hope you enjoy the history. There are lots of history here. There's a lot of history with RAF Coningsby, as we spoke about yesterday. A legendary base built on the 4th of November 1940, for those that are regulars to our channel. How we doing? Hope we're well. My name's Nick Oss. I'm your cameraman and commentator. Like I've always said, you just turn up, hope for the best, and see what happens. You just never know. I mean, I put 11 o'clock as a start time today. I had no idea. So I do the same at Lakenheath. And you just don't know what will happen. You just turn up, and as I pulled up, there were 2 Spitfires. Sorry, a Spitfire and the Hurricane just coming out. I'll just turn this over just so I don't get a certain on the stream. Alan Booker watching while at work. Judy Beard, all good here. I'll just get our squadron leader on. So we're here for Bbmf movements, which I will dedicate a weekend day so I can get here, but it is potluck. I'll give you that. It's potluck. We came here last Saturday, didn't we? Or was it last Saturday or Sunday? And we saw nothing. That's the way it is. So don't think because I'm coming here on a Saturday or a Sunday that something's going to happen. Like I said, last week we saw nothing, didn't we, Ted? Oh no, but see, even Ted, you know. So our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, Ted's home, and we're just dedicating it today for Bbmf movements, and we got a bit lucky there, didn't we? We did. We got absolutely lucky. We got to see a Hurricane display. What a great start to the morning, Ted. And of course, don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, dedicated to military aviation around the country from base to place. You know how it is. Oh, you know what? Maybe the first ever lorry I've ever seen come through here. That is extremely rare, to be honest, because I don't recall having a remark about Waddington along here. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, we are in the official spotters car park. It is it's a great place to view, but as you can tell, there is a road separating the fence. So park sensibly, you know, and park legally. Don't park on that double yellow lines or anywhere along outside here. Again, just a few housekeeping rules if you're new to this. Okay, so if you're going to cross the road, because sometimes people do, to get away from the pilot, of course, which is nice, and also people like to venture off further down. Right, let's talk about venturing further down. But first of all, the viewing area itself, stay within. If you're leaving your car here, stay here with your car. Again, once again, don't park out there. Look, covered in double yellows, and if it's full, don't panic, just park it in the town. It's a 15 to 20 minute walk, depends how fast you are. Let's say 20 minute worst case scenario. It's a massive car park in the town, and I think the first 2 hours are free. And actually, I'm gonna try and remember, someone remind me to go through there. I'll get you the prices. I think it's £2 for the whole day, I think. Well, they've got toilets there as well. Unlike here, there are no toilet facilities. There are bins provided. There are 4 either side, heavy duty ones as well with a nice lid, but we always recommend to bring it back. Right, so let's get down to business. So as you can see, most airfields are surrounded by farmlands. Please don't walk onto the farmers' fields, especially the one on the right, which is very popular. before I get to that, when you cross the road, which I'm quite happy to say it's now 40 miles per hour now instead of 60, if you are just going over there, please don't lean your ladders on the fence, and certainly do not climb it. Everyone gets a bit excited, and there are lots of these around each base, even every airport as well. Please do not park your vehicle outside a crash gate. It is very important that you do not do that. It is a crash gate, and for good reason, because should the event happen, unfortunate event where the crash teams have to recover a aircraft, they'll just smash through that, hence crash gate. It is designed to be smashed open outwards, so towards us. So if you're parked there, that's going to be a very, very huge problem. Now, quite popular, people like to walk down this end. Now, I'm going to go straight into this. Please do not stand at the red and white fence under no circumstances. It is, one, it's extremely dangerous. You can see where the wooden fence starts there, from there, and there's one to the left and the right of it. That's fine there, but not like literally at the red and white fence. Okay, so please stay away from there. It's for your own safety as well, the jet blast, which is why jet blasts are controlled by lights to stop vehicles going through. And should a pilot get a landing wrong, whether it's a light aircraft or a heavy aircraft, this could be emotional. The other thing as well, this again, more farmers' land and private land, private property. Especially the approach lights which have been damaged. These are MOD property inside those. That's their lights for the approach lights, part of the runway lighting. Again, please, you shouldn't be on there at all. So keep it sweet, keep it neat. No need to be there, especially no need to park on this land either. And over there, this bit of land as well is private. All right. So something I'd like mentioning, because obviously it's nice to educate. There aren't always signs, people don't always understand them anyway, so anyway, we'll pass them on and educate it. There's our AWCU, and because Coningsby is a QRA station, the airfield needs to be free and of wildlife, or where possible preventing any situations for aircraft to take off, because this is one of two QRA stations in the country, and it needs to be ready any second. So what I'm saying is that right now there are men and women right now ready to scramble at a moment's notice from here, and also RAF Lossiemouth. These are quick reaction alert stations. Okay, so this is why it's really important that we do look after the external of the base. So we're talking about litter. This could be a problem if it goes onto the airfield. Keep it sweet, keep it neat. There we go. So this is the AWCU, it stands for Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. And they deal with all things wildlife, not just birds, but other forms of wildlife. But in some ways they don't really deal with deer. They can do, they can usher it out, but to actually deal with it, they would need to call a specialist for that. But they try not to, because it only ends one way. So they will try that. I've heard it loads of times on the radio where they just try to chase it off and open a gate, trying to feed it out. Big shout out to the crash teams that have just gone past, and the fire and rescue, defence fire and rescue crew. Very, again, they're on standby 24 hours a day should something happen as well. And not to forget, not just pilots as well. We always, when it comes to QRA, don't forget there are ground crew that are on QRA as well. They need to make sure the jets are ready and the spares are ready. We witnessed yesterday the wonderful ground crew of just getting a spare jet ready for a very important flight yesterday. So we had almost like an exam, a PDA for NAIF, who, congratulations to him for passing, which means we have an official 2025 RAF Typhoon display pilot. So he passed his PDA, or he's got his PDA, which is like an exam, but things didn't go well on the first part. The aircraft had a few errors and issues, so he brought it back. But of course, on a very important day, he must have been psyched up, ready to pass it. The ground crew, we saw it live, they pulled out a jet, had it ready for him to go, which was amazing. But of course, there was other factors that delayed, the fact that there needed to be a NOTAM again for a, or at least get clearance to do so. So, because obviously the airspace, plenty of traffic, high and dry. That was all good. So the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight do have a variety of Spitfires as well. And we got to see a smidgen of one, which we just caught it landing, which was quite nice. And this PZ350, a very important Spitfire, and it's the oldest airworthy Spitfire in the world, P7350. So that's the very first Spitfire that we've seen. She is believed to be the 14th aircraft built at Castle Bromwich, Birmingham, entering service in August 1940 when she flew during the Battle of Britain, serving with 266 and 603 Squadron. So she is a true Battle of Britain veteran. During this period, on or about 25th of October 1940, she was involved in combat with Bf 109s and forced to crash land, and she got repaired with bullet holes, and which apparently can still be seen, so we'll have to have a look at that. She was rebuilt and flew on onto 37 maintenance unit on the 15th of November 1940. Now, only 3 weeks after the crash landing, she later served with 616 and 64 squadrons, the Central Gunnery School, and 57 Operational Training Unit. And that pretty much ended her operational service with 39 maintenance unit. She was then sold to John Dale Limited, who immediately presented her to the RAF Colin for the museum there, and the Pride of Colin collection. She took part in the static displays until 1967, when P7 was restored to airworthiness and placed on a civil register as Golf Alpha Whiskey India Juliet for the epic film Battle of Britain. So she did star in that, and after filming was completed, she was presented to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. For the 97 season, P7 was painted in the markings of 277 Search and Rescue Squadron from the Hawkinge in Kent, but didn't fly in displays until September due to the shortage of Merlin engines. And that's the other factor. As we go on every year, parts become rarer and rarer and rarer. The aircraft represented the aircraft P8509, that's Bravo Alpha Yankee, the old lady, which was given to the RAF by the Bank of England. And in the spring 1999, the aircraft markings were again changed to represent L1067, that's X-Ray Tango, and that was with 603 representation, City of Edinburgh Fighter Squadron Auxiliary Air Force. So each markings, like I've said, they represent a particular squadron, a particular aircraft during World War II, and they do change it about 5 years. So we're waiting patiently now for the next movement, which is, I have no idea. It could be a long wait, could be interesting. Like I said, the RAF Coningsby was a bomber command station. The first residents, 106 Squadron, arrived here in February 1941 with the Handley Page Hampdens. And there aren't any airworthy Hampdens flying. And this is the very first aircraft to operate at RAF Coningsby in February 1941. The Handley Page Hampden has had a few nicknames: the Flying Suitcase or the Flying Tadpole, due to the fact that it had, if you have a look how slim and thin the fuselage is, just 1 meter or 3 foot, so hence the nickname Flying Suitcase. Had a crew of 4. This one had the Bristol Pegasus engines, had a reasonable service ceiling at 19,000 feet with a light sort of 4,000 pound bomb load with that. Speeds of about 240 miles an hour or so. But the problem was being so narrow, and to fit the pilot in there had a sort of like very not complex, but a bit of a difficult system where you had to fold the seat in and out to get the pilot in. And I've always mentioned it, should the pilot get injured or worse, it was very difficult for one of the other crew to sort of wiggle their way and try and get the pilot out to try to take over the controls. From what I've read, 106 Squadron had the highest loss rate of Hampden squadrons at that time. But, nevertheless, very similar to the Bristol Blenheim in its looks. Quite similar, isn't it? And, well, it was one of a few twin-engine bombers of the time. We didn't have 4-engine bombers until the Short Stirling, the first 4-engine bomber, and then the Halifax, and of course the prototype that was already in the making in 1941 with serial number BT308, the Avro Lancaster. But to get to the Lancaster, we had to have the Avro Manchester, which we spoke about yesterday. It's very emotional history, sadly. There we go. Due to the fact that it was the engines that were causing the issue. They were Avro Vulture engines, but there we go. But yes, ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the show. We are hoping to see more BBMF action. At least we got to see it. Like I said, last week we didn't see any. We got here, I think it was either Saturday or Sunday, and I think it was the Sunday, and sadly that's the way it is. So, you know, treat this, like I've said, just take a bit of potluck if you are, if you've got a free day. Oh no, especially a nice day like this, and it's very rare for me to wear a t-shirt, so it must be good. You know, just relax, bring a book, have to do some reading, and just chill. And if you catch anything, bonus, enjoy it, really embrace the moment. There is some parking down by the Bbmf hangar, like almost like a lay-by by the fence, where you can see the sort of any aircraft that are going to happen. Rather than come here, you can always go to where the Bbmf hangars are. Not the Bbmf car parks, that's closed. That opens in relation to the Bbmf museum, which is there, which is open Monday to Friday, I think it is. But there's a lay-by and a bench there. I don't know how many cars you can fit off the top of my head, maybe 5, maybe, this is just a guess. There's you'll see, I mean, actually, why don't I just show you from here. There's a little lay-by just next to this, so it'll be, you follow the road and it's literally just round to the right, and there's a lay-by just there which you can sort of get some nice glimpses of BBMF sort of taxiing in and out from there, which is quite nice if you want to go that way. All right, so enjoy. If you're new to this, like I said, no times are published. These are military. The Bbmf, it is operated by, it is a regular unit. It is military. The Lancaster, the Spitfire, the Dakota, they are registered as the RAF's inventory. If you go on the RAF's inventory, what we have, like the F-35B, you will see PA474. You will see P7, you will see AB9, you will see them on there. They're actually part of, which is why on ADSB they are under military. They are part of the Royal Air Force's inventory, which is quite fascinating when you think about it like that. You know, that's pretty cool. I hope you're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome. And like I said, no times are published. Okay, you can get an idea with flypast. That's fine. That's a given. You can kind of get an idea that something might happen due to flypast. But again, you know, you got to put in the factors. You know, is the aircraft, you know, has it gone tech? Things like that. Is it windy here at Coningsby but not where the flypast is? All these factors. Or is it windy where, and bad weather where, you know, I always used to laugh at my cat. One day it will go. He demands to go through the front door, and sometimes he'll just happily go out the back door with the cat flap. And I was like, why is he going? And he was right. He was right. It was actually different weather in the back to the front, or the vice versa. It was raining in the garden, but it wasn't at the front. So he'd have to start scratching the door, saying, well, not scratching, he was good, like he was just tapping it with his pads. And yeah, I get it. It could be, like I said, even just from one part of the house. Have you ever seen that? You know, you're there in your living room and you're seeing rain, and in the back garden it's nice and sunny. It's like, what is going on? But then again, obviously that's the way nature works. But for those that are new, who are the Bbmf? And it stands for Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Now, the Royal Air Force's Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, the mission of the Bbmf is to maintain these priceless artifacts and to it is a museum without wings. Every time they fly, it's almost like a message to deliver, to say, look, you know, these aircraft are so important. These are the types of aircraft. I mean, I get emotional when I see them, and I certainly get emotional with the B-17 as well when I see Sally B fly. It's what they mean, what they represent. They sound good, they look good, and what they did for our freedom during World War II should be a message that continues and echo throughout the world. Sadly, yeah, we won't go into that, but there we go. So the RAF also serve to promote the modern day Air Force and to inspire the future generations. I mean, what an honour to be selected. I don't know how it works actually. Maybe it's something I'll ask. How do you apply? I'll have to find that out. The flight operates Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, a Lancaster, and a C-47 Dakota. They do have 2 de Havilland Chipmunks, which are used primarily for training, or recce, to check out a new venue. These aircraft can be regularly seen in the skies over the UK from May to September each year. Now, some of the flypasts, you think, oh, why is it doing a flypast there? If you are a registered charity, that you can apply to actually get a flypast. I know, pretty cool, right? So if you are a registered charity, or if even the cadets doing something like there's one in Stamford where Kimberly in the cadets, she's doing the Food and Plant Festival, so it's run by the Rotary Club, so again they'll get a fly pass for that. They are flown to commemorate public and military events, from state occasions such as Trooping the Colour as well, to major air shows and fly past for public events. Now, His Royal Highness Prince William, Prince of Wales, is the patron for the Bbmf. Now, they started off not as the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They formed on the 11th of July 1957 at Biggin Hill as the Historic Aircraft Flight. All right, that's how they started, and they had 3 Spitfires, PM631, which is still in service with the Bbmf, making it technically the longest serving Bbmf aircraft. Let me rephrase that. It's the longest serving with the Bbmf, okay? So because P7350 is the longest serving of its kind, let's say. Does that make sense? It's the oldest aircraft, P7, but PM631, which is the Mark 19 photo reconnaissance, that has been with the Bbmf the longest. There you go, I got there in the end. And then along came LF363, so it's not too far behind that one. The other 2, they're no longer with the Bbmf. That's PS853 and PS915. Now, many of the aircraft at the time rotated in gate guard duties. That they included locations such as West Malling, Norfolk and Bentley Prior, with a few location changes such as Horsham, St Faith and Coltishall in 1963. The flight had increased their inventory, including the Spitfire Mark V AB910, the very Spitfire that flew an unauthorised passenger, which was the Women's Auxiliary Air Force ground crew, Margaret Horton. Now, during rough weather procedure, due to the narrow landing gear of the Spitfire, they carried out a procedure called rough weather. You can see photos of a couple of ground crew hanging onto the wings, but more often than none it was on the tail, and the reason for that, in bad weather it would tip the Spitfire over because of the weight and distribution in the narrow landing gear. So the solution was to actually have someone sit on the tail. All right, so Margaret Horton, who was a ground crew engineer of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force, hung on during a rough weather procedure. Now, the other ground crew pulled the chocks, and the pilot started taxiing with Margaret still on it. In fact, he got airborne with Margaret still on it. I think they got to about 300 feet, where the pilot noticed that the elevators weren't working the flaps weren't working very well because Margaret was hanging on to it. He got to about 600 feet and Margaret reported that she nearly passed out, nearly blacked out. I don't blame her. I mean, being free to 600 feet up in the skies hanging onto a Spitfire isn't probably the most pleasant way to fly a Spitfire. So the pilot was like, what do I do? Now, I've heard a couple of stories, different versions, where ATC knew what had been going on and didn't tell the pilot what had happened. There is that report. But the pilot certainly didn't know, because I think it would have, they were worried it would freak the pilot out. It was like, you know, looking in the mirror, just having a look back, and then seeing a passenger on the back, he'd probably have a few questions and probably, don't know, must have thought, what is going on? Anyway, the pilot did land AB910 safely. During that time, Margaret's Beret went flying. All right, now this is the link with Ted. Margaret's Beret went flying. Now, she got off the Spitfire that was sort of just landed, and it was still sort of taxiing back, and she jumped off it. Why? Because she wanted to go and get her beret. Now, berets were issued by the King, and it was a 2 weeks wages forfeit. It was a forfeit of 2 weeks wages. So she went back to go and get her beret, because to her it was really important. It was issued by the King. It meant a lot. I know it's a family channel, but she got back and had a cigarette and a cup of tea. And they said, why did you go and get your beret? She goes, because I don't want to lose 2 weeks wages. So it's a very, so every time Ted's beret comes off, it is in honour of Margaret Horton. It was something that we decided to think, well, every time it comes off, it could be in her honour, which is lovely. Sadly, she's passed away. I don't know, quite a few years ago, sadly, but I think it was at Hilbertstow that this incident happened. But that very aircraft is here today. So that's one story regarding the unauthorised passenger. Anyway, on the 20th of November 1973, the Lancaster PA474 was officially transferred to the Bbmf from 44 Squadron at RAF Waddington. Why? Because that's the squadron, the very base that had the first ever Lancaster. In fact, there was also a prototype BT308, which they nearly called the Avro Manchester Mark III, and some other, I think they nearly called it the Vulture, the Avro Vulture, maybe, I can't remember, but they nearly changed the name, but they decided to call it the Avro Lancaster. When PA474 arrived with the Battle of Britain flight, because that's what they were called then, that's when they added memorial to the actual flight. So then it went from historic aircraft flight to Battle of Britain flight to then 1973 to the Battle of Britain memorial flight, and then in 1976 they moved from Coltishall to here, back to Bomber County, back to Lincolnshire at RAF Coningsby. So the Museum Without Walls, as it's technically called, as it's, I like that. Their motto is "Lest we forget," and we shouldn't do, for a good reason. And it's an honour to see these, and it must be such a big honour to see the historic aircraft fly, and the sounds as well. It's just something else, isn't it? The sounds, and it's kind of nice that not transition, maybe transition in timeline, but the fact that these are very aircraft that were ready to scramble, the Spitfire and the Hurricane, and yet we are at a base that is a QRA station. Now, they didn't operate Spitfires and Hurricanes here, that's fine, we know that, it was Bomber County, but it's a nice way to look at it, the fact that we still have aircraft here, so it's a really nice transition. Right, I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea, be right back. You alright there? Yeah. Good, thank you. Cup of tea time. I'll have this juice first.
Keep me on you when I'm coming up here.
Oh yes.
His son-in-law's in the area.
Oh right, okay, cool.
Trying to get back here and start off.
Oh right. Morning, all right. Yeah, good. Yeah.
What's happening? Do we know?
Maybe 11:30ish. Yeah. But I don't know anything solid. It's just the fact there are fly paths around that sort of time. So enough. I hope, isn't it? So, it's a good day for it.
I'm not so bad because on the side. I'm not so there, but I've decided to have a walk out.
Do it. I think we'll get more. I think we'll get something. Nice.
Typical area.
Nice.
you out every day?
Pretty much.
Independent, or are you sponsors?
No, just me. It's just you. Good on me. And Ted. Yeah. And my partner runs the online store.
Right.
In town.
I think we'll have a walk back. Nice to see you anyway, mate.
I mean, if you go, I mean, you probably know this anyway. If you go,
Oh, I know I've come from up there.
yeah, you probably see. You'll be able to see what's going to come out later.
Oh, down the side street.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, down there, past the Bbmf. So it's the you'll be seeing the back end of the hangar. All right, have a look down there. Send me a message. Give me a signal.
Cheers,
Take
Blue.
care.
You do a lot, do you know what I mean? Or...
Yes, yeah. 5 days a week. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I was watching a song called, you might have seen him, Secret Vault on YouTube.
No.
No? Apparently he had the police around his house. I was telling one of your people yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And he had the police around his house, and he said, so knocked on my door at 6 o'clock in the morning.
No, right.
Crushed all the front door down,
Yeah.
and his neighbour came out and said, he's not in, he's going out. And they took all his camera equipment and everything.
Yeah.
And so he got compensation from all the police.
Right. You take care, buddy. Right, coming back up. Apologies for having 2024 in the title, it is 2025. Oh yeah, you're right.
Teddy bears with you?
No, we don't sell them. We don't sell them, sorry.
Someone else does, do you?
Yeah, you can get them on the RAF Trad, the charity for the Royal Air Force.
Right, okay, yeah, I mean, I do subscribe to you. To YouTube. I'll not disturb you.
No, you're all right, man. You're all good. Just having a quick cup of tea.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
I think Lancaster's coming out later, isn't it?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
I was there the other week and a deer come along here.
Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah,
Went in.
yeah. I don't know how it got in.
Through that gap.
Right,
Under the crash gate, sadly.
It's a good day for it, isn't it?
Nice, lovely.
I'll go and have a drink.
Enjoy.
Take care.
You too, buddy. See ya. I'm still here and just have a quick cup of tea, which I've done, and after got some historic aircraft. To put on the show for you, lots of interesting facts and figures of the times. Let's have a look what we got for you. Right, let's find you some interesting aircraft that I can show you. Let's see what we got here. I've got a right collection here, I tell you. I've got a lot here. Let's see what we got here. Alright, got this. Alright, if anything has taxis out now, I've got my own departures to worry about here. I'll show you this. White Wizard, what up? How you doing? So of course the two, let me try and move this, I've got quite a bit, hang on, sorry about this, I've got I've literally covered the top of the van with aircraft. So now I've got nowhere to move. Give me a second. It's not a bad thing, is it? Got that many aircraft, can't even move. Let's move this tub out the way. Let's get the P51 out as well, shall we? Nice little ME109. Okay, I think we're good. Right, let's see what's going on. So of course we've got Germany's answer. And the two, I mean, two of the main key fighters of World War II are indeed the Spitfire. That's not to take it away from the Hurricane. Of course, the Spitfire here. The elevators have come off for a moment, which I need to repair, and of course the 109, both in challenges of their own, keeping up with the Joneses. And I've always said this, that if you have something to, shall we say, to compete, and especially war is certainly one aspect that will pressurize the sort of force the development of bigger and better or quicker or faster or turn rate. But of course the ME109 was keeping up with the Spitfire, and the Spitfire keeping up with the 109. Very different style engines. The problems with the Spitfire, because of its carburetor system to use carbs where the pilot would use the throttle. I did do a drawing, I haven't got it with me. Oh, I have actually, I could show you it, but the 109 had an injection system for the fuel, whereas carburetors, it's the pilot that can adjust the throttle. Okay, it's got a little throttle, the throttle for the engine. Now the problem with that, with its little tank to use the fuel in the Venturi, the problem with negative G in a tank using carburetors is that the fuel was pushed up. So you've then starved yourself with fuel. So the 109 had fuel injection. It could do a negative G dive, which is literally up in the sky and just dive down like that. Where the Spitfire couldn't. It'd have to go inverted and go down like that. So it couldn't do any negative G dives, which would starve and stall the engine. But this was eventually it wasn't totally cured, but they did find a method to solve that by putting something in the actual fuel tank system for the carburetors for that. But certainly they had different rates of climb, turn rates were different. It was, something of a battle on its own right between the two, the Spitfire and the 109. They were key fighters, along with other aircraft such as 190s, and of course the Hurricane as well, and eventually the P51 Mustang. But they had different strengths and weaknesses between the two, and the BF 109 that excelled in the climb rate, speed in dives, and overall agility, making it for a formidable opponent in vertical maneuvers. The Spitfire, on the other hand, boasted a tighter turning circle, better maneuverability, and a faster rate turn. So for turns, this kind of won that round, but for dives it would be, and dives and climbs, I'd say the 109, I think that would be a safe way to do it. So the Spitfire, tighter turning circle, more maneuverable in a horizontal dogfight, but it did have a larger wing area which allowed for good control at lower speeds. Some models, some variants had the clipped wings to make it even tighter for turns, but that was really for low level. That's why they did it, but not for higher altitudes, because the smaller your wing area, the less lift you're going to get. But in essence, the 109 was a fighter designed for vertical maneuvers and speed, while the Spitfire was a fighter designed for agility and horizontal dogfights. So let's have a little look at our good old 109. And yeah, and I've heard of Spitfire snobbery, that pilots, should they get shot down by a Spitfire, it was deemed as honourable, whereas if they got shot by a Hurricane and captured, I've heard stories at Duxford when I went to a Spitfire talk there, that pilots would, the captured Luftwaffe pilots would actually beg to change or pray, or whichever they wanted to, whichever way you wanted to word it. They were actually shot down by a Spitfire. They would even ask the pilot to just change that on the logbook that it was done by Spitfire. But that was obviously going to affect the scoring for the pilot, who did shoot it down with the Hurricane. So I don't know how they would do that. But very different engines, but very similar to what they, well, certainly a similar role. But you know, bigger and better is the way you compete with your opponents. It's amazing to think the designs of all the way from R.J. Mitchell arrived at Duxford, the Spitfire at Duxford 19 Squadron in August 1938. Yes, I'm missing my my wing flaps and my elevators, sorry about that. Not wing flaps, the elevators there, sorry about that. But yeah, there you go. And some marks, especially the PR, had a five blade propeller to cope with the speeds. Very, you know, very similar-ish speeds. Depends on the marks. They were all different in the end. But there we go. And then of course you got your P51 Mustang as well. Nice. We've had a bit of a battle damage on the propellers there. I think it's had a belly landing by the look of it, and the pilot obviously had an issue there with the cockpit on that one. Another legend, the P51 Mustang as well. It is missing the the antenna here. Older models had the antenna right up to the cockpit, didn't have the bubble canopy. This looked like, it was hard to tell from that, and then you had the P51D onwards had a slanting, or actually the antenna was all the way back here. The older models had it here slanted and up on the earlier models as well, until finally the Merlin powered P50, another formidable masterpiece, the P51 Mustang. Very similar again, another key fighter. My favourite, my absolute favourite, on which I have lost the antenna again. It's my favourite is the P47 Thunderbolt. It really, I love it. And let me just compare size. Let's pick on the 109, just to give you an idea of the size. Look at the size. I mean, it's in its own class. These are to scale. Look at the size of the thing. With radial piston engine, Pratt & Whitney. Look at that, 2800s. Look at that, 46 litres of pure muscle. This, like the A10, was built almost around its guns, but it was built around its engine. It was nicknamed the Jug, and it was formidable. It was, I mean, the size of it. Look at the difference in that. Had a very clever intake system. You could even fit a human being. It's that big. You could actually fit a human being in that air intake. Very amazing, where the air would go all the way to the back. That's similar to the PT6. It had a supercharger as well, and it would and had a Impala and a cooling system, and it will feed the air. So it was air cooled. Air cooled is a lot better for my eyes. Oi oi! How you doing? Air cooled was phenomenal, because you can lose pistons in this. You can actually lose half of your pistons, and it will still get you home. This was a tank of the skies, and which led on to the close air support, which supported the army on the grounds, especially during D-Day and the Normandy campaign, with its 8 huge guns there. It would actually slow the aircraft down by about 25 miles per hour, about 2,000 horsepower, with a boost of 300 with a alcohol mortar mixture, where a pilot can actually, a bit like Fast and Furious with the NOS, can actually give it a little boost. It was really good. But the thing is, with this aircraft, it was quite heavy. It wasn't as manoeuvrable as one of these, a 109, but absolutely formidable. Another thing you'll notice, the USF Army Air Force would only have one roundel. Why is that? Did they save money or something? No, it's actually to save lives. And I'll explain. In fact, even our P51. Let's have a look at our P51 quickly. See that? So you are a 109 pilot, you're trying to get after this in and out of clouds. Your eyes are focused on that one roundel. One, it's telling you it's enemy, and you are focusing on that wing. Right, let me show you, not the best example. I'm going to pick on the Spitfire. Now look at our roundels. Actually, there's probably quite, don't have any underneath. It's not, hang on, let me see if I've got something better. I'll tell you what, I'm going to pick on the 109. Sorry 109, you've been picked on. Oh, I'll tell you what, let's go Mozzie. Let's go Mosquito. Let's go Mosquito, another legendary aircraft. Look at this. So, what I'm saying is, your eyes, what it is with roundels, especially on the underneath, even though this doesn't have any, your eyes, human beings, the human brain loves symmetry, and it loves things in the middle. Now, those two roundels are giving you a mid, something to aim for right in the middle. So the US Air Force actually got rid of the two roundels, because if we had two, our eyes will be focused in the middle. Why? Well, you've got a pilot and the engine. So they got rid of that, and actually saved so many lives with a lick of paint not put on. So amazing. So if you look at the, if we take this 109 for example, your eyes, you think, oh, enemy. And well, those two crosses are giving you something to aim for in the middle. It's leaving you a marker. So yeah, that's why they got rid of it. And it was to save lives. The RAF didn't do that, they kept it in the end. But what's interesting is modern day, they only have the one roundel today, even on the RAF. Okay, so we're just waiting patiently now. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Davey, White Wizard, what up? Hank Vercule, Phantom Fanatic, hope you're well. Hope we're all good. Stuart G, hope we're all well. Feeling good. Dr. Alan Gates, hope we're all good. Netherlands Aviation, how you doing? Hope you're good. So we're just, like I said, we're just waiting patiently and hoping for any signs of Bbmf movement, and that's the key. That's the secret to plane spotting, especially military. It's not like Heathrow, you know, or Stansted, Gatwick, where you're gonna get aircraft and conveniently timetabled for you as well. Here, nah, that ain't the case here. It's a little bit different. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And we're just waiting patiently for anything really. Why not? It's a nice day for it, isn't it? So Ted Coningsby stream 5 days a week where possible. We do our best to give you military aviation, whether it's historical aircraft. And next week I will see what I'm going to do for you. Tune into the shows where I'll give you the latest and greatest, what we're up to next week, and make sure that we make sure you hit that notification bell button. It's really important that you do so. So yeah, just a quick one about NOTEDs. They are eventually disappearing. It gives me, and the reason for that is it gives me a chance. You may have noticed in the last few weeks, there's been a few blanks in there where I have streamed. It allows me to be a bit more flexible. And also I don't want a scenario where someone comes to see me and I've changed plans, so that'll be, it can't be very nice. You've come a long way. So, but if you hit your notification bell button, you'll know 24 hours before where we're going to be. It just allows me to be a bit more flexible because, the weather has been playing all sorts. I'd like to be able to find out last minute maybe where I'm going to be, and like I said, I don't need a scenario where sadly I've put somewhere and I'm not there, which isn't very good, which has happened, and I feel really bad. So it just gives me a little bit more flexibility possibility. But like I said, don't worry, we'll still be doing our 5 days a week shows, which is fine. You just sit back, relax, let me find the venue, even if it is last minute, all right? But usually, like I said, either first thing in the morning or the night before anyway, so you're all good. I should be here on Monday, at Coningsby on Monday, all right? So it's, like I said, it's potluck, but sometimes just hanging in there and not having such a large forecast is sometimes good. We will publish events where we're going to be, so if we are at air shows or anything like that, I'll be able to do that, because obviously it's an air show, something's going to happen. Fingers crossed. You never know with the weather. And remember the RIAT a couple of years ago where we might as well have been swimming? That wasn't very good, was it? So that's sadly that will be the case for NOTEDs. They will be disappearing for now, but you never know, I might bring them back. But it just allows me to be a bit more flexible on last minute situations, because you know military aviation, you know how it can be. And I'd like to have a little bit more research with what's going on, because I'd like to bring you a little bit of variety as well where possible, with the low flying areas and try new venues and things like that. It's it's a way for me to try and give you a better experience. But if you hit that notification bell button and select all, it will allow you to be notified. Also gives you a little reminder, I believe, sort of half an hour before the show starts as well. But this one I didn't really get a chance. I was literally just got here and the Spitfires were taxiing. I was like, I'm not even set up yet, but there we go, that's how it can be. And next week is a yes for a weekend show again. Don't know where just yet, actually. Hold tight on that one. I'll let you know through the week where we're going to be. Yeah, it might actually be here. I'll have a look again, see what fly pasts are about. We may even, I was even thinking about maybe just streaming a fly past, but the thing is, it's 2 minutes gone and that's it. So that's why. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be filming some fly pasts actually, because they are very close to me, so that's very convenient. So that's all good as well. So don't forget, hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, and hit that notification bell button, because of course we do post very, very, very regularly. In fact, yesterday we were treated to 2 videos, which couldn't resist, and a big congratulations to the Typhoon display team. There will be, I would imagine, a PDA for the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. You don't need a PDA for fly pasts. They are covered under, they're not deemed like high energy or sort of pushing the boundaries a little bit. When you're doing displays, especially victory rolls on historic aircraft, you're going to need a PDA. And the reason why they can do that here, they put a NOTAM, and it's not advertised as an air show. The pilot is practicing, so a pilot can practice a display without having the PDA, can practice, but obviously you are bound to your own airspace, but you cannot go and do that without a PDA. But you can do fly pasts without a PDA as well. So there we go. So a nice day for it, really. Betty, I'm going to move some of these historic aircraft just before I cause a human damage by treading on them. Hiya, you alright man, how you doing, okay?
Yeah, not bad.
Good. So as we mentioned before, with Coningsby's 106 Squadron arriving here in February 1941, the very first residence of RAF Coningsby. Don't forget, Coningsby built in 1940, very late, 4th of November 1940, and the first, God, getting old, my finger just locked, you know, standard. So this was the Handley Page Hampden. It was a twin engine bomber like we mentioned earlier, but the squadron went straight into the battlefield a month later of arriving with their 106, with their Handley Page Hampdens. Their markings, unlike this one, which has got Oscar Lima, they had Zulu November. And if you're familiar with the area around here, don't forget to visit RAF Metheringham Airfield Heritage Centre as well. Add that to your list of other historic heritage centres, such as the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Museum, East Kirkby. Make sure you visit that and support Just Jane. Oh yes, do support that. And of course, Monday to Friday we've got here at RAF Coningsby's Bbmf hangar tour. Now, the 106 Squadron with their Zulu November Handley Page Hampdens on the night of the 1st and the 2nd of March. 8 Hampdens from 106 Squadron were detailed and ordered to take part in the first operation from Coningsby. So the first one, the first ever raid, burst into the 2nd of March 1941. And it was a raid over Cologne with these. A crew of 4, payload of 4,000, Bristol Pegasus, just over 1,000 horsepower on each. Similar, it's got a similar look to the Blenheim, but so they took off. 8 were ordered to some detailed for the mission, but only 5 aircraft got airborne, with 2 having engine trouble and the other becoming bogged down prior to takeoff. So only 5 got airborne. At that time, Coningsby had grass runways. It was built before December 1940 because the Air Ministry said, put an order in that all airfields that will be built after December the 1940 should have the hardened runways. Why? Because they were suitable for heavier bombers and a lot more, you know, they weren't susceptible to being waterlogged, etc., that kind of thing. There were a lot more operationally worthy of being operated on. All 5 106 squadrons reached Cologne with 4 aircraft dropping their bombs. The 5th one, however, piloted by Sergeant Howard, brought its bomb load back because of an electrical fault prevented the bombs from being dropped. Now, if you've been inside a Lancaster, I'm not sure if you've ever been in a Lancaster, let's show you that. Let's show you this one with the this one's got the Grand Slam 22,000 pound Grand Slam bomb. I've been fortunate enough to be in a Lancaster. Now, inside the bomb bay, when you're inside the fuselage, just where that round door is, when you sit there, there's 2 portholes in there. You can actually see through, and what would happen if a fault happened, just like the Hampden of 106, the portholes were literally little windows that you can see if your bombs had been dropped, because obviously some could get stuck. The reason why some of them could get stuck, well, guess what we get mostly in the UK? That's right, lots of rain. And when armourers would load the bombs onto their aircraft, This is for all bombers. Because of the dampness, when you're going up at altitude, what happens to water? It freezes, and that was another issue that you know, bombers encountered. So Armourers had a bit of a time just trying to sort that out. Should they get stuck? Well, I've asked this question before, and it's literally just brute force. Just get, I don't know, a hammer or some sort of crowbar and just start trying to get those bombs off. Yeah, anyway, we'll leave it at that. But that's what the portholes were for. So so 4 dropped their bombs, and the other one had to come back with an electrical fault. Probably would have thought, probably either from dampness, I don't know. But they came back, and all was taken care of. Now, the second operation happened the next day. All right, so this was conducted the following night, actually, on the 3rd to the 4th of March 1941, with the target being Cologne again. Now, this Bomber Command raid didn't have Coningsby alone with that one. It consisted of 71 Hampdens, Wellingtons, Whitleys, and it was 9 Hampdens of 106 Squadron flying from Coningsby. They departed Coningsby around 2000 hours and arrived in the target area to find large amounts of cloud with gaps, but generally speaking it was pretty much fair conditions for them, which allowed them to gain glimpses of the city, because without any sight, well, you won't be able to see your target, which will become ineffective. The bombing did take place between sort of flights or altitudes of 10,000 to 12,000 feet. They did face considerable you know, searchlight activity, but the flak and returning crews reported a positive outcome. In fact, only a few locations in the western fringes of the city had been hit. Now, 106 Squadron took part in this raid that night, and it was only one of 106 Squadron Hampdens that failed to return. It was Hampden X3002, which became Coningsby's first loss of World War II. Hampden X3002, crewed by Sergeant Ken Good, Sergeant Bert Ward, Sergeant Dave Crouch and Sergeant Vic Essex. They crashed near Andres and the Antwerp region of Belgium, and sadly with the loss of all 4 of the crew. It was believed that they were hit by flak, especially over that region as well, and sadly it became the first operational loss by 106 Squadron. And just in the, you know, this is just one example, one squadron, just one example of the losses during the cruise of World War II of Bomber Command. By the end of the month, operations from RAF Coningsby 1941, a total of 8 missions had been carried out by 106 Squadron. So end of the first month, so let's say what, March, 8 missions, and there were to be very many more flown by the airfield, and which again, what I found was 106 Squadron, I think, this is probably before Coningsby as well, but they had a bad percentage of loss rate with their Hampdens. But eventually they were to be commanded by Wing Commander Guy Gibson, who was here, which really boosted the morale here at Coningsby. So Wing Commander Guy Gibson, who was formerly with 29 Fighter, he was here as well, and that was in 1942. He was aged just 23 and became the Wing Commander, and he was here. Now, another mission from Coningsby involved the Lancasters. Now, Coningsby, as I mentioned, was built with grass runways, and in the months of 1942 until September 1943, the aerodrome had closed so that they can have hardened runways. In fact, we are on part of the original base here. Back in, there's all the little round, what they call them, pancakes, hard stands and things. They were here. They go stem back all the way here. So some of the original base is actually bigger than what seems to be from today. That's one thing about this time of year. We're going to get bugs. So grass runways, not suitable for heavy bombers, so it was closed, and the squadrons such as 106, they moved to Syerston and eventually went to RAF Metheringham with their Lancasters, and 97 Squadron moved in March of 1942, just before the runways actually closed. They already moved them, which made sense. They moved them to RAF Woodhall Spa. Now, when finally it reopened, it was 619 Squadron that was the first to operate their Avro Lancasters. And here we are, the Avro Lancaster. This is actually PA474 in the Johnny Walker in 9 Squadron. November 44 took part in the bombing raid and sinking of the turpits of this particular livery with the Johnny Walker whiskey symbol there. But yeah, the Lancasters were also operated and welcoming back 97 Squadron. They took off for a mission on D-Day on the 5th to the 6th. It was a full moon or thereabouts, and it was 18 Lancasters they would have had, because the first 2 letters are actually the squadron identifier. So Whiskey Sierra's 9 Squadron. You can see that actually with the green bat at RAF Lossiemouth with the WS, Whiskey Sierra with a dash. The 3rd letter, that's your call sign code, and the one we've got for 97 Squadron would have had Oscar Foxtrot, and it was Z for Zebra, and that was the Zebra flag. Now this was the commander for 97 Squadron was Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, DFC. Now they were in good spirits to fly for this mission, and let me explain why. So we've often spoke about OTUs, right? You've just got to think how dangerous an OTU is. For those that are new, OTU, Operational Training Unit, let's think about this. Think of the technology we have today and think of a bare shell and the technology they had then. It was good, but not like today. If I tell you that 55,573 men were lost just in Bomber Command, that's just Bomber Command. And when I was researching the lost airfields, I was staggered to come across this figure, which is included in that 55,573. 10% of those losses were in training. That's over 5,000 men just in training. So that's like 5,500 men lost in training. This was Operational Training Unit. You know, young men training in a particular aircraft. So 29 Squadron, that's a modern day OTU, right? We call it OCU now, but OTU will train a particular, is a unit to train a particular crew on a particular aircraft. Okay, now that's number 20 OTU. They were training airmen on the Wellington bomber from RAF Lossiemouth, and they actually operated at RAF Lakenheath. But OTU, it's just young men like from all backgrounds, not forming that relationship yet. They'll go out, but then they go out and smoke together, drink together, do all sorts of things, you know, forming a brotherhood. But the thing is, they were so new to it. They were young, they were 18, 19, you know, wow. The training was not like what we have today, all right? So 5,000, over 5,000 were lost in OTU. Now, Jimmy Carter, who was the wing commander of 97 Squadron, he was like in good spirits, and his words were, thank God we're not in OTU now. The dangers of that, plus going deep into enemy territory. You've got flak over France, you got the flak batteries, and you come across all these hazards of Belgium, and then obviously Germany. You know, going deep into Germany was an absolute hazard. But D-Day, they were in good spirits. They're like, well, it's just across the channel, it's just there, we're going to be all right. Sadly, this flight cost Jimmy Carter his life, the famous Oscar Foxtrot for 97 Squadron, and Z for Zebra flight. So Jimmy Carter and his crew set off on the night here from Coningsby, and 18 Lancasters took off of 97 Squadron, and they took off here at 2:56 in the morning, 6th of the 6th, 1944. Now, we've always spoke about QRA, everything at the ready, but let me tell you something, there were other aircraft waiting to be scrambled at Normandy. Across the channel, a German night fighter pilot, which was Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher. Now he was of number 1 SKG-10. Now there was a lot of these crack fighter squadrons of the Richthofen Geschwader number 2, but this one was SKG-10. They were sitting on and SKG-10 was a Luftwaffe fast bomber ground attack unit equipped with the Focke-Wulf 190s, G3s and G8s. Now Eberspacher, the holder of the Iron Cross, first and second class, had been prompted to Staffel Kapitan to lead the 3rd Staffel on the 1st Grouper in May. And the SKG-10 flew hit-and-run fighter-bomber missions with their F-190s, which I've got, by the way. I'll go and get you that, over southern England by day and night. Now, due to the lack of regular night fighters in France, in the view of increasing number of night-fighting bomber missions being flown by the RAF against French targets, from April 1944, the 190s of SKG-10 were also employed in the Ville de Sauer, which means wild boar. And it was free-ranging night fighters. And they were missions against British bombers on a brighter moonlit night. I've always said, and I've always said again, the moon played a major part in all this. It could be your friend, it could be your enemy. There were so many factors that could light you up. But it can also light your target up, it can also light you up. It was for that purpose that Eberspacher and some of his pilots were sitting on alert. If you've ever seen QRA sort of scramble World War II Luftwaffe stations in the forest, they are very, very impressive. Carter and his crew had dropped their bombs. They got to their target safely and dropped their bombs on the target and had returned for home. When they were found by Eberspacher in his 190 shortly after 0500 hours, so just 2 hours after the raid, after the takeoff, sorry, the bomber crew probably never even seen the F-190s and never knew what hit them. Eberspacher spotted several Lancasters silhouetted against the moonlit clouds below him. He dived down on Carter's Z-Zebra flight and completely attacked the Lancaster's blind spot from underneath, and avoiding engaging the bomber from any angle out of healthy respect for the RAF gunners. At 5:04, a transmission from Carter on the force radio frequency acknowledging a message from Master Bomber was suddenly cut short. Cannon shells and machine gun fire from the F-190 ripped into the underside of the Lancaster, causing immediate catastrophic damage, probably wounding and killing some on board and setting the bomber on fire. It is almost impossible to imagine the adrenaline pumping on the crew and the terror that would be felt by bomber crew on receiving end-to-end sustained bursts of an unforeseen foe. Let me just get you a 190. So Eberspacher got his victory over Carter in his F-190. This is the Butcher Bird, as they nicknamed it. Probably could do with an engine fix there, but he literally dived from above, from below, and completely took it on because he saw the silhouette. You got the moon above the Lancaster, right? It made a perfect silhouette, and it was attacked from below and took him out. And Carter and all his crew were lost. And Eberspacher saw another and another, and within minutes, Eberspacher and his squadron took down 4 Lancasters. The first losses of D-Day of the RAF were from 97 Squadron. 4 of these Lancasters were lost, and the SKG-10 Squadron claimed 4 Lancasters just on 1 squadron. These stories are all related to RAF Coningsby. Coningsby, ladies, gents, teddy bears, a very historic airfield. It's still going today, and I got some good news. The hangar is open. Ooh, hang on. we get the Lancaster out? That's the thing. I'll just keep it there for a moment. Now then, that's a good sign. If that's open, oh, wouldn't it be good? Lots nice. It's you know, it's very moving to hear these stories, and also it's always fascinates me to have some of our viewers with connections with their grandparents or relations that served during World War II. All these stories, and the Lancaster's been pulled out. It's been pulled out. Oh my word. It's been pulled. Oh my word, here we go. Could be our lucky day. How many of you get touched by this? How many of you? I mean, I do the same with Sally B as well, because, you know, doing all the history that I do and just understanding what these men did day in, day out. I mean, we were talking about the Hampden. They went, you know, they did that raid and then went back the next day. It's just unreal. It's you know, for those that understand the aircraft and what they mean, you know, to have. Oh, look at this. This is good. So PA474, that's our Lancaster. We do have two in the world that are airworthy. Oh my goodness me, she might even get in a good view for us. Keep going, keep going, keep pulling it out. Come on, oh my word. Look at this. That's just history. But you know, we all want a time machine. But to be honest, I know people said, where do I want to go if I could travel back in time? And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to go back in time with, you know, to be in one of these. It really is, you know, one of the most, sorry about that sky there, one of the most hitting statement or quote, sorry, one of the most fitting quotes that I've ever come across was from the US Army Air Force Duxford Museum part of it, and it was about, it was the 8th Air Force, and the quote was, and it was from a ground crew or pilots. It was, I'll try and find it again, and it said, "Hours of boredom, moments of horror." I mean, that just sums it up. You cannot. Oh, look at this. Oh, we may just lose a little bit of. I mean, if you could stay, that would be great. But obviously, they can't suit us, you know. Oh, never mind. But you've seen it there, PA474, which is looking good for today. Right, so it's just going to stay there. Well, that's better than nothing, isn't it, I guess. Very interesting with the engines that have been that are used on this. They are interchangeable with the Hurricane, believe it or not. I found that. I actually had a list of the engines. So PA474 there, built by Vickers Armstrong in Chester back in '45 to B Mark 1 FE, which stood for Far East, if you ever see that, FE specification. So it had different radiators on there as well. It is missing the dampers, the exhaust dampers, by the way, which is what fighter pilots were looking for at night. And it was intended to be used with the Tiger Force, but the joint Anglo-US operation against the Japanese, following the cessation of hostilities in Europe. But events, in some good ways, I guess, outpaced the need for aircraft. And so in 1947 it was converted to perform a photo reconnaissance role. It joined number 82 Squadron in 1948 for the photographic survey of West Africa. So it was operational. Returned to the UK in 1952 from West Africa, and it was scheduled to become a pilotless drone conversion, but 17th of March 1954 the bomber was flown to the College of Aeronautics at Cranfield instead. So becoming sort of like a test bed, the aircraft was used in more of a laminar flow research, with wing sections becoming test mounted atop of its fuselage. On retirement at Cranfield, PA474 was stored with number 15 maintenance unit at Horton, where it was restored in wartime colours. It didn't have any markings or anything, but the PA474 went on to the film industry. It featured on the guns of Navarone and Operation Crossbow during its sojourn in Wiltshire. Early 1960s saw PA474 joining the Royal Air Force Museum at Hampden as a static exhibit, but a flight to RAF Coningsby in 1965 saved this from happening. So if it wasn't for their intervention, the reason for 44 Rhodesia Squadron, they were the first to receive, and RAF Waddington was the very place and base that it was received at. And the plan was to, you know, form a static memorial, but Waddington Base 44 Rhodesia Squadron had other ideas, fortunately, and with lots of help, time and effort, restored the aircraft to its former flying glory. 1973, PA474 joined, as we mentioned, was then the Battle of Britain flight at RAF Coltishall, that visitors were able to view there. But that all changed because in 1976 the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight returned to Lincolnshire. And interestingly, with the arrival in 1973 of PA474 to the Battle of Britain flight, this is the very aircraft that added the word memorial to the flight itself, becoming the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. So looking forward to seeing this. Even just the sounds from there to start up will be magnificent as well. Various markings through the years, like we mentioned there, we had 9 Squadron with Johnny Walker. Today it's Scott L. the leader. They do sometimes have 2, they had KM B. Baker as well for 44 Rhodesia Squadron for the Augsburg raid. Oi oi! So we've got a glimpse of the bomb bay there, which is a total of 33 feet by 5 foot bomb bay. When we saw it being dragged out there, we did catch a glimpse of that. 33 feet by 5 foot. It could carry or deliver 14,000 pounds of bombs over a range of 1,660 miles, or one gigantic Grand Slam bomb. And it was like an earthquake device, and according to legendary Bomber Harris, the Lancaster was the greatest single factor in winning the war. He loved that, and he kind of had a strong favoritism over the other aircraft, over the other bombers. And the Grand Slam bomb, now if you imagine the Typhoons, what was it we were mentioning, Typhoons with about 22,000 pounds or 20,000 pounds of bomb payload, the Grand Slam, so this is 617 Squadron. Now you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, 617 Squadron had Alpha Juliet as their marking. What have we got here? Yankee Zulu. That's right. When the Grand Slam was added, the 617 Squadron would operate this modified Lancaster to cope with the stresses of having 22,000 pounds of bombs. Don't forget, it's normally supposed to carry 14,000 pounds of bombs, but a sole 22,000 pound Grand Slam earthquake meant that they would change the squadron codes to Yankee Zulu. So the upper turret removed, weight reduction, and it was not very manoeuvrable. It couldn't do any evasive actions of avoiding fighters. This is the Grand Slam bomb in relation to that. So if it's almost the size of the what is it, 30, it's almost like 33 foot long, isn't it, that Grand Slam bomb? Absolutely amazing. Don't actually know the specifics, but the I have to find out the size of it, which is quite amazing. Very, very amazing stuff. 22,000 pounds. So obviously, as we mentioned about thrust to weight ratio, this obviously, you stick 22,000 pounds on there, you're gonna, if it was made to carry 14,000 pounds, then sticking 22,000 pounds, it's probably going to do a bit of damage. But obviously, they did a lot of weight reduction. They got rid of the upper turret and other weight reducing factors. So that Grand Slam bomb we were talking about is something else. Not even the Halifax or the Sterling could carry anything like that. I think they struggled to carry a 12,000 pound bomb, the Halifax and the Sterling, which, let alone twice that amount. So this was a major move, and not only could it carry those loads, it was easier. Apparently, it was, not only was it easier to handle, but not only were there was fewer accidents with that as well, and the casualty rate was consistently below those of other types. So it was a lot easier to handle, the Lancaster, than the Halifax and the Sterling. In fact, the Sterling had its own issues with its lift, because it was so big and it was restricted to just 100 foot wingspan. If you remember my talks about the Sterling bomber, it was originally supposed to have 120 or 125 foot wingspan, but they said no, because RAF's hangars, which you can see there, were only made to have suitable for aircraft of 102 foot max. So if they would, they had to shrink the wingspan on the Sterling, which made it look a little bit sort of snubby, in some ways. Little stubby wings, so oh dear on that one. And the Halifax had all sorts of teething issues at first, like the kidney style fins on the tail, on the H-tail. They were causing it to lose control when having evasive maneuvers against against fighters. It would start spinning, so that's why the earlier Halifaxes would have the kidney style fins, and the later marks would have almost like the Lancaster's style fins on that. Of the 7,374 Lancasters built, 3,000 of those failed to return from operational sorties, and that's just Lancasters alone. I think we got 47,000 Bomber Command aircrew. This total accounts for the staggering 66% of all RAF losses in World War II. Goodness me. To make noise, actually. has, I think it's still the case, it has different engines on each one, I think. I know they're interchangeable with, I mean, at the time I was having a little look. Merlin 502s in engines number 1 and 4 positions, a Merlin 25 at number 3, and a Packard 225 in number 2 slot. Engines are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. On this, that's left to right, but on our screens it's back to front, so it'll be 4, 3, 2, 1 from your screen. So the left wing, yes buddy, I'll be seeing him next week. Just trying to find you the G rating and power rating that they do, because it's only very minimal. Yeah, here we go. So although we'll, you know, because of the nature of this beautiful aircraft, and of course one of its kind, or two of its kind, shall we say, but they do restrict it for its, and they are monitored after each flight. The maximum G it could ever pull is plus 1.8 to a -0 barrier, is never exceeded. If I remember, they run the engines at around, I've got to find it, I'd hate to say the wrong figure on this. They don't run it at 100%. They can do it in an emergency if they need to get back, but it's never run. I think it is extremely low. I'm going to take a guess. I can't remember if they run them at 60%, not 100. That is a pure guess. I'm going to try and find the figure in the notes here that I wrote for that one. I can't remember. I do apologize, but it's never on 100%. So very shortly we should get a start up on this. I'm looking forward to it. I'll try and find that for you, but like I said, I think this is just a guess. I think it was around 60% or thereabouts. I don't think they even run it. You know, it's not a high figure, which of course they've got to look after this beautiful aircraft. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, crash gate check. Nice. That's good to see. Just sort of waving at the crash teams there. Beautiful. Much respect. Big shout out to them. Oi oi! Right, I can't see it been too long now. Oh yeah, you're right. Good.
Saw you this morning on his television.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, cool, man. No problem at all. Right, if you excuse me, I'm just going to have a quick cup of tea. Just having a quick cup of tea, ladies, gents, steady bears. Thanks for joining us today. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
Coningsby first, this is Golf here, Echo Juliet Whiskey, request safe service.
Where were we? So we're just anticipating the beautiful PA474. Get a good view from here when it taxis out for sure. Thanks all of you for joining us today. It's wonderful special Bbmf movements. Today your guards marches will be with our Lest We Forget flag that Ted's got. Where is it, Ted? So just before this legendary aircraft starts, just a guards march for Margot. Thank you very much, Margot Baxter. Guards march, thank you for the super chat. Guards march. Steve Stibbons, well done. Congratulations on your 6-month milestone. There's definitely worse ways to spend your Saturday morning. Thank you very much and congratulations. Millie's daddy, member for 23 months. Fantastic stream as usual, Nikos. Thank you. Paul Art, member for 3 months. Oi, oi, everyone, what a way to start a Saturday. I know, right? Guards march. And with that beautiful landing of the P7350 and of course the display from LF363 Hurricane. Geraint Williams, oi oi, Ted and Nikos from sunny and hot Conwy. Oi oi to you, thanks for the super chat. Someone watch on high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, Guards March. Danny Tofton, welcome to the Ted Coningsby squadron, a high five and a Guards March to you. Sylvia King, hi all Teds, lovely day for flying. Thanks for your 14-month membership. Anonymous 5, celebrating 1 month, makes your hair stand up, doesn't it? It sure does. Anonymous with the super chat, my granddad was an armourer on these in the day. Guards March, thank you very much. Thanks Ted. And if you are generous enough to give us a super chat, super sticker or gift a membership or take out Ted Coningsby membership, our squadron leader Ted Coningsby here will give you a dedicated Guards March. Right, in the meantime we are anticipating the start-up of this beautiful aircraft. So just one of only 2 airworthy Lancasters. We could have a third in a few years' time. NX611 Just Jane at East Kirkby with the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Do support them. So just 2, and amazing, isn't it, of the 7,377 that were built. The other one is the Canadian FM213. This one's PA474, for those that don't know, built at Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory, which currently today still makes it under Airbus. The legendary factory that in 1943 set a world record by assembling and beating the world record at 48 hours by assembling a bomber in just 23 hours and 50 minutes and flew it the next day. So the as we mentioned before, the PA474 joined the Bbmf, or at the time was called Battle of Britain flight, in 1973, adding memorial to its flight. So the markings for the PA474, there are 2. They do sports, they do this quite often sometimes, you know, they have 2 markings, especially Just Jane as well, she has 2 markings as well. And PA474 on its just double check, yep, it is that one. So it has Alpha Romeo, L for leader, with the nose art depicting, you'll see a kangaroo in Wellington boots playing the bagpipes. Now this represents the nationalities, all right, so even the markings of the raids itself, the ice cream being bombing raid in Italy, that kind of thing. It was ARL leader, which was representing Whiskey 5005, and it represents the nationalities of Scottish for the bagpipes, Australian and Welsh of its crew at the time. And it represents 460 Squadron, Royal Australian Air Force, and W5005 flew 51 sorties from RAF Binbrook and was then transferred to 550 Squadron at North Killingholme. The other side, VNT, code letters of the aircraft in which Flying Officer Dougie Milliken flew 27 of the 35 ops on his tour with 50 Squadron. So very, very historic, even on the markers. They do change it around every 5 years or so. So we're hoping we get to see another one. It's nice that they do mix it. It's quite nice because there are so many squadrons out there that are worthy of that. There we go. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And if you are interested in supporting the channel with membership, don't forget to click the join button below. There's a description. In the description we do have a link to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron at various levels of membership. And I hope we're all good, and hopefully we get to catch this take off. You never know. I'm just going to have a look at the fly past schedule for today as well, see if give me an idea of the times where we could hope for departure for this. Yeah, it could be around about 10 to 1, so probably another hour for this. We may have other aircraft as well before then. There are lots of fly pasts scheduled in for today, so we shall hope for that. Lots of VE Day celebrations going on still. Trespire, how you doing? Keita, how are we all doing? Stuart G, hope we're all good. Steve Broughton. So yeah, we could be getting a couple of Spitfires and Hurricanes still, so we don't know totally. We don't have any times, but this is just a little bit guesswork and a prediction, so we have to just go with it. So just sit back, relax, make yourself a cup of tea, and make the aircraft come out. And lots of you here writing about your relatives serving during World War II. Tell you what, I would love to see the Vickers Wellington flying one day, but I don't know if that will ever happen. I don't think there is one airworthy at all. I would love a Vickers Wellington, a very excellent bomber, only a twin engine, but served with good reputation during the war, and like I said, was able to be assembled at a rate of 28 per week. 28 bombers, and at a push can get one assembled in just 23 hours 50 minutes and get it flying the next day. That is absolutely impressive. That's the, you know, all credit to the men and women working tirelessly. Very different world then, a very different type. I've always said World War II, a people's war, and everyone, you know, putting in that effort because there wasn't any choice. It was the fact that you got to do what you got to do. You got to, you know, World War of that, you know, of that type, that nature affected everyone. It'd be nice to get these engines going. But, we could get other Bbmf aircraft as well. Just gotta sit back, relax, go and get a cup of tea, see what happens. Thanks a lot everyone for the support as well. If you are interested in supporting the channel and becoming part of it, please do consider joining our membership. There are 3 levels of membership for you to enjoy lots of perks in return, and like I've always said, it does help the channel. The funds go in and I give back out, you know, keeping the van sort of, you know, roadworthy, you know, that kind of thing, putting gas in the van and just keeping it going, keeping it flowing, the equipment, getting repairs, servicing, all that kind of thing, all adds up to, you know, the amount of sort of outgoing. So it really does help when you support the channel through our membership as well. And also treat yourself to the latest and greatest merchandise. We've got some new lines coming, but I can't tell you much. Although Fighter Squadron will have the privilege of been able to have a look behind the scenes. So that's there are different memberships that you can choose from, starting from $1.99 a month, and you will help the channel grow. You really do, because at the end of the day, all that that comes in, I'll be able to keep the van going, add some gas to it, equipment if needs be, repairs, getting latest and greatest leads, cables and laptops, that kind of thing. And you know, it does cost quite a bit of money to do all of it, and I'm able to, basically what I get in, I put out for you, so I can give you the latest and greatest. We've upped our quality a little bit more. We're just, you know, trying to give you a bigger and better experience. I'm able to sometimes use the funds to stay overnight somewhere if we were going too far, like the Lake, actually the Lake District. No, I didn't really. I just got up at silly o'clock, didn't I, and went for it, and then came back the next day. So I didn't on that one. Well, you know how it is. For the sake of her just sleeping, but you know, there you go. For the sake of sleeping, that sounds terrible, doesn't it? But there we go. But that's the, you know, that was like a 400-mile round trip, 8 hours of driving, and then lugging the gear up. So I ran out of hours in a day, really. So there you go, 8 hours of driving, 8 hours of streaming or whatever, or near that. By the time you pack up and rack up, that's that left me with just 8 hours left. There we go. But it was worth it at the end of the day. This is what we do. This is what plane spotting is all about. But I'm able to deliver it to you wherever you're watching from. But YouTube perks include, this is for all of you, YouTube perks on all levels include emojis that you can use. So members, I haven't said this in a while, make sure you smash out those emojis, even on videos, you know, because I do get asked, oh, how do you get those nice emojis? People ask, you know, and from $1.99 a month you can do that. And you'll get, you know, because you help fund the channel, we give you something back. So we give you a discount on our merchandise. There are different types of discount for each level of membership. They do change, you know, every so often, depending on what's going on, things like that. And you've also got access to members only videos, members only posts. There is a Discord server which is members only, so if you enjoy the live chat online, you don't have to wait till we're online. You can actually chat to other Ted Coningsby members offline and go to our Discord server, again protected and managed and looked by our Spanner Flight crew, who are our moderators, who look after the chats 24/7 here and of course on the Discord server as well. So a big shout out to the Spanner Flight crew as well. Also, some levels have a designated chat room, so you can speak with other posh officers or other Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron members as well. There's behind the scenes footage, behind the scenes photos. Different levels give you different things as well, so have a look, see which one's right for you, and enjoy. And thank you to all our members from myself and Ted for your massive support with the channel. And of course, Claire Bear thanks you all for keeping her busy on the online store as well. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk as well for your latest and greatest merch. We do ship globally as well, so don't think it's restricted just for the UK. We got various items from patches, t-shirts, hoodies, jumpers, baseball hats, tags, various other items, wristbands, bags. Lots of cool stuff for you to have a look at. Signed photos as well. Oh, and key rings and key tags. Yeah, got that. Cool. Right. So this will be quite nice to hear. We should be able to hear a little bit of it. Looking forward to this. You know it is. Davey, how you doing? Thanks all of you for getting the emojis out. Thank you for the support. Oh yeah, absolutely. Got some amazing footage. SC Aviation, Dave Earl, Steve Broughton, Darren Hobson, how you all doing as well? Dan James, Alan Gates, lots of you on the chats, just having a look. Bomber Command Historia, how's it going? Okay. So we'll just wait patiently for the next movement. Speaking of historic aircraft, we do also have an English Electric Lightning. Now, it never flew here. It is a gate guard for 29 Squadron. There is another one. Let me just adjust the. Let me just adjust that for you. No. There we go. There's the English Electric Lightning, which is a gate guard for 29 Squadron. There is another one at 11 Fighter Squadron as well. Coningsby's first ever jet aircraft was in 1953 with the English electric Canberra. I'm just going to wait patiently for this and anything else as a bonus. This is what it's all about. Dieter Gikeri, how you doing? I hope you're good, watching from Belgium. Crespi, how you doing, watching from Israel. Mark Riches, LEJ Approach, watching from Germany. Alan Gates, Doctor, watching from Scotland. Gucci Man, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. White Wizard from West Coast. Oh yeah. Yep, engine start, here we go. I think that could be the Spitfire. Right. Jane Jeffrey, thank you very much for the feedback there with the hoodie. The hoodies are quite nice actually. They're not too thick, not too thin. They're just in the middle, which provides great comfort. Thank you for that. You know how it is. I think I heard one POB, so that will suggest one of the fighters. Didn't quite hear who it was. An engine start. We'll hear it in a minute. Don't think it's the Lancaster just yet, but if it is bonus, we'll take that. But yeah, I think I heard one POB, which of course is going to be one of the fighters. Thanks for joining us on our Bbmf movements. Cadwell 5, Alan Gates, Jan Clark, welcome to the show. Oh, Doctor, thank you. We do care, as you know, with yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for that. We do take pride. Anything we're unsure of, we will contact you if anything is not quite Ted Coningsby approved, or if there's anything that we feel that you know, we'll let you know. We keep you in the know. That's the AWCU with the pre-recorded distress signal to get rid of the birds, and they are actually flying away from it. Actually, they don't like that sound. Don't panic, there isn't a bird actually in distress. This is a pre-recorded pre-recorded bird distress. So very shortly it should be taxiing out. Okay, I've just heard the pilot there. Just leave it there a little bit, because I think it's taxiing out. Yep, it sure is. Something's taxiing. Can you hear that? I can hear Merlin's. Yeah, I can hear a Merlin type engine running now. Oh, there it is. I can see a little bit of prop. Oh, I had it. Where are you? It's taxiing now. Here we go. There we go. Looks like TE311, the Mark Long tribute Spitfire with the clipped wings. Yep, it is. Here we go. .322 Dutch Squadron. Markings on there with the 3W it should have on one side, and of course the Mark Long tribute on the starboard side. Here we go. Wow. This was Mark Long's favourite Spitfire. Listen to this. So clipped wing Spitfires was not uncommon to have them, and they were set for one thing: low level and better turn rate. Okay, now but there were pros and cons with having clipped wings. You're probably thinking, oh brilliant, if it's got a better turn rate, why not do that on all of them? You are then decreasing your wing area, which means you don't get enough lift. So although perfect for low level and better turn rate, the downside was your lift. It didn't have a higher service ceiling than the standard wings of the Spitfire. So it was painted last year in this new 322 Dutch Squadron. It's got Polly the Parrot on the port side. Biggin Hill. Built at Castle Bromwich Shadow Factory as a low-back clip-wing Rolls-Royce Merlin 266 powered LF Mark 16E in 1945. Delivered to the Castle Bromwich from Castle Bromwich to 39 maintenance units at Colon on the 16th of June 1945. Was placed in storage and allocated to the Empire's Central Flying School Handling Squadron on the 5th of October of 1945, with long periods of storage though, and in between boats of flying. And TE311 flew a total of only flew for about 12 months only when it transferred to non-effective stock in December 1954 and only some 30 hours on the clock. I mean, that's not a lot really, so it came out a little bit too late, but there we go, that's history for you. But it was kept on the ground for quite some time, used as a static exhibit for over 12 years, also as a gate guard as well. But, it was brought back to life. Listen to this, just a little bit of position. Leading edge painted yellow to make it easy to be identified from friend and foe, along with the yellow outline on the roundel. Roundels change somewhat depending on whereabouts you were on the battlefield. If you're out sort of in Burma, you'd have a sort of like a two-tone blue, no red. Meant enemy, so you didn't want to see red, so they actually omitted it. beautiful. And also 1K lights on this departure as well. Listen to this. So there we go, a nice surprise there again. Spitfire departure. We'll just keep an eye on that one now. So yeah, she spent quite a bit of time at TE311 as a gate guard at Tangier and Benson, and 27 years as a static display aircraft with the Royal Air Force exhibition flight. And it was brought into the Bbmf in 2000, intended to be used only for spare parts. Well, luckily this didn't happen. In 2002, a 10-year project happened to TE311. It was led by Chief Technician Paul Blacker, MBE, and the Mark 16 took to air for the first time in 58 years in October 2012 and joined the Bbmf's fleet amongst the other airworthy Spitfires. A 10-year project to completely take it apart and get it to airworthy condition. So that's a true testament to the hard work of all the crew. So, just okay, here come the ground crew for the Lancaster, I think. Let's have a look. Let's see if they move that. Let's see what the deal is now with this beautiful Lancaster as well. Hoping to get that as well today. I hope you enjoyed that, the lovely sight and sounds of the TE311 Mark 16 Spitfire, the lovely bubble canopy as well. Oh yeah, you're right.
It's like, please, Lancaster, do not take off another 15 minutes.
Enjoyed that. That was beautiful. Now we'll just see if we're going to get this beauty airborne. Nope. Didn't want to do that. Sorry about that. That should be my fault. Zero 7. Yeah. Oh, no worries. No problem. Strap on it. It's got a bit windy all of a sudden again. Let's take some drastic measures, Ted. Let's do it, mate.
watches you all the time.
It's £100 a second.
Apparently he said I'll go and see Ted, he's there
Yeah,
on
go
his
on, mate.
feet.
Yeah, let's do it. Come on then. What's his name?
Gareth, it's his birthday yesterday.
Be quick, because it's just starting now.
So Gareth, this is Ted.
Gareth, how you doing? Happy birthday to you. Hope you have a good time. See ya!
You'll love that. Cheers mate, thank you.
No worries. The Lancaster's just started now.
Is
right?
it? Alright, cool.
Yes. Lanc starting now.
Yeah.
Yeah, starting now, so that's good. Right. This is going to be epic. This is going to be awesome. Stand by, ladies, show to teddy bears. Here we go. Lancaster should be starting any moment. It's got the approval. Been approved to start up. Lancaster 19, I think the call sign is for this. So here we go. Oh yeah. Car park is about to get filled. It's about to get full. Well, who's to blame anyone? I mean, it's such a legendary aircraft, and we only have 2 in the world. A big shout out to Perez, Matman, Bush. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying your day, man. I didn't get to bring out his knowledge yesterday, but it was some very interesting facts about Rolls-Royce, who named their piston engines after birds of prey, and their jet engines are named after rivers to symbolise the continuous flow of air through the engine, similar to the water in a river. The first Rolls-Royce production jet was called Welland, not far from Coningsby. So again, thanks a lot, Perry, for that. happy for these beautiful engines to start. It has been cleared, so just doing their pre-startup checks. And of course, don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and if you haven't done so already, do support the channel by subscribing to your unique military aviation channel. Here we go. That is. We are getting closer and closer to 100k. Just Jane doesn't fly yet. Oh, here we go. I'm going to shut up now. Here we go. Of starting the heavy bomber. Engine 3, then 4, then 2, then 1. Stephen Coley, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Christine Barnes, how's it going? Yes, so the reason for different engines to start up, it's a good question, and I only came across it the other day. Each engine powers different things. So for example, number 3 is always started up first because that pressurizes the pneumatic system for the brakes and radiator shutter operation. Other engines can also do the air conditioning, the oxygen, so people can breathe. You know, so each engine actually does different things, almost like powering something up, like a generator for each one. That's why. So engine 3 actually runs the brakes and the radiator shutter operation. Correct, that is correct. It is actually part of the RAF's inventory. The Spitfires that you've seen, the Hurricane, the Dakota, and the 2 de Havilland Chipmunks, and this PA474. They do rotate the same way, but not all aircraft do this. The A400, for example, is one of them that contra-turns and rotates in different directions. The C-130 used to do it in the same way, and this is because of the amount of torque it produces. The A400 is extremely torquey, so it doesn't pull to one side. The inner engines, they spin inwards, like towards the aircraft. So I'm just trying to think, engines 2 and 3, engine 2 spins clockwise and engine 3 spins anti, engines 1 and 4, so engine 1 spins clockwise and engine 4 spins anti-clockwise. So that's on the A400. And it was on some of the stories that I've read on certain bombers, such as the B-17, some engines that went out, or even the Vickers Wellington bomber, some engines would really affect some of the, not just the engine. Some of them were, I can't remember, do you know what? I can't remember if it's engine 2 powers the radar. I'm just trying to think where I read that. So each, oh, here we go, goodness me, here's me chatting around. Look at this. inside a Lancaster before. In the cockpit you may see some large yellow circles on the seats. Those were the only armoured protection for the crew. And during the Augsburg raid, some of the crew were thinking that some of these anti-aircraft fire could be quite painful. So they got themselves some armoured sheets, took them with them, and one of the pilots, being late to think of that, actually used his steel World War II helmet, one of those round ones, and actually sat on his helmet to protect his modesty, shall we say, and actually carried out the mission rocking around on a steel helmet. Augsburg raid, 17th April 1942, led by 44 Rhodesia Squadrons. Squadron leader John Nettleton, VC, awarded a Victoria Cross for his bravery. 6 Lancasters took off for the very first raid deep into Germany with the Lancasters. The first time that the Luftwaffe had ever seen such a type. 6 left 44 Squadrons RAF Waddington, 6 left 97th Squadron, led by Squadron leader John Sherwood, operating from Woodville Spa. Only 1 returned of 44 Squadron, and only 4 returned of 97th Squadron. 7 Lancasters lost on that raid. The target is the U-boat Man Factory engine plant at Augsburg. It was an answer to try to stop the U-boats from starving our country and downing our merchant ships. Stunning, isn't it? Never get tired of this at all. So, farewell for now. On its fly past sorties. Fly past sorties. Various locations around the country. There we go. Beautiful. Hope you enjoyed that, ladies, gents and teddy bears. That was beautiful. PA474 to the skies. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Beautiful. So, thanks for joining us so far, ladies, gents and teddy bears, on this wonderful day here at RAF Coningsby, Ted's home, Bonner County. And the Lancaster was an aircraft that was serving here at Coningsby with various squadrons. 619, 97 Squadron, 617 Squadron as well. Beautiful. Stuart G, thank you very much. Thanks everyone for the support today. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying it today. Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby. Charing Crook. How you doing? Hope you're good. Thanks for joining us today and being a member for 15 months. Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Oi oi from the Maldives. Oh, nice one. From the Maldives. Or is it the Maldives? We'll go with Maldives. Should we go with Maldives? I actually don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, start again. Guards March. Oi oi from the Maldives. There you go. Dan James, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us, Dan. Nev Cooper as well. High five. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March. And check this out. Love it. We've got a Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron member today as well. A new one. New recruit to the Fighter Squadron. Don't forget to apply for your Fighter Squadron patch. That's Kyle Kane. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Fighter Squadron. Guards March, thank you very much. Laser Tech 02 for Ted Salmon and tea, coffee, petrol, etc. And mostly for the excellent job. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Thank you so much for that. A poor pump, high five and a salute for that. Thank you very much, Guards March. And just quickly, I just forgot there. Kyle Kane, a salute. High five and a paw pump. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. Chris White, thank you very much. Guards March, hopefully will replenish food and travel necessities for you, Ted. You and Ted, thank you very much for that, Chris White. Guards March. And James Beatwell as well with a thank you super sticker. A Guards March for James Beatwell as well. Thank you very much, all of you, for the support. Welcome to the Bbmf special. Ted Coningsby bringing you Bbmf movements as much as we can. Can't do it all the time, but we'll do our best to bring you the latest and greatest. It is potluck. Last week we had a 0 and that wasn't very good, was it, Ted? But that's the luck. That's the risk that we take. You know, it's just one of those things. It is military aviation after all. This is what can happen. So just you know, take that lightly and just, you know, bring lots of tea and enjoy yourself. How are we all doing? Hope we're good. And you can keep track of the aircraft. Did I get that right then, lastly? The Maldives, yeah? Did I get that right? Keep track of TE311 and of course the PA474 Lancaster that are currently airborne. So just we have currently 2 historic aircraft airborne currently at the moment, so you can keep track on them. See ya! Just going to find out where some of these locations are to get an idea of let's have a look, just to give you an idea, so I can give myself an idea as well. Is that Cullingthorpe? Where's that? Vintage Gathering at Collingworth. Let's have a look where that is. That's the last. So Collingworth. Oh, and then we got Bingley. I think it's going to Bingley. I just need to check where that is, just to give you an idea of, and for myself to find out what time it's coming back. Bingley. Okay. So T311 up down by Hull, unless that's working its way down, which might make sense. Looks like T311 possibly finished its fly past. So. Let's see. Very strong winds at the moment. They've planned nowhere again, similar to yesterday. EP65, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Thank you very much for the info. So, looks like all the fly paths that I'm aware of have been completed for TE311, I think. So, my guess is that it is on its way back. We were also treated to a hurricane display today, which was amazing. So, hope you enjoyed that as well, those that tuned in this morning. And we caught a quick glimpse of P7, which managed to catch that landing. That was up earlier this morning, and as well as the hurricane, but we didn't manage to get a lot of the P7350 even. So, but we did manage to get it on the stream. So it looks like TE311 is heading its way back.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I lived out here for.
So the Lancaster's got a busy day today. It's got quite a few fly paths to do today, so let's keep an eye on that. I've got the list here of the fly paths, but of course this can all change. I don't know how completely accurate it's going to be. So the Lancaster's just over Melton Mulberry, so that should be doing its fly past there. So that looks like it's on time. 12:49 to 1:19. Yeah, that's fine. So looks like we may have something else as well, possibly the hurricane as well today, but I'm not sure. Keep an eye on that. That'll be a bonus, wouldn't it, if we get another one? We have been sport today, which is great. So if we get anything else, for me, that'll be a bonus. So the last fly past for the Lancaster, from what I've got here. First of all, it's only 40 miles an hour here, mate. It's at 3:54. So yeah, we're looking around about 1600, I think, for today's finish time. So got another 3 hours of the Ted Coningsby channel. In the meantime, let's see if T311, how's that doing? There is another, unless they've changed things a little bit, because yeah, I think something's changed a little bit with the fly past schedule for the Spitfire and Hurricanes today. I think it's just a little guess. Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay, let's have another look. Skegness, hang on. Okay, gotcha. Mount Mulberry, right, 10th of May, Skegness. Right, okay. Skegness, so TE311 heading for Skegness. That'll be its last. So if you look out for TE311, that's heading directly for Skegness, and that'll be its last fly past, and then heading for home. So should be, what, another 20 minutes or so, 20 to 25 minutes. We should see the return of TE311. 25 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. So all is good. Of course, you've got to remember they're not typhoons or anything, or at least not Eurofighter typhoons. for joining us, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. But we'll see. We'll see if we do get the Hurricane. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to get that. Everything's a bonus here, isn't it, that we get today? And welcome to the show. It is our have been doing this for quite a few years, doing the Bbmf movements. It is, of course, naturally potluck. Welcome to the show, and I hope you're all enjoying it.
Stand by that post, don't move.
Kimmy Bear, Oi Oi, Andrew Farley, Davey, Alan Gates, Mick G, EP65. How are we all doing? EP65, correct. Coningsby is the home of the Bbmf and has been since 1976. World War II Typhoons, negative. They are trying to get one going, but you can take a good decade or more to get this going and flowing. It takes a lot. Andrew Farley, oi oi to you, EP65. Yeah, Tempest, Hawker Typhoon, no, negative. Statics, yeah, but there is a Typhoon project you can follow on Facebook. They're trying to restore and build a Hawker Typhoon. Again, similar role to the P47 Thunderbolt. No worries, Kimmy Bear. Hope you're well. Suzanne Tilsman, how you doing? Hope we're all good and well. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's got a few more to do yet. The TE311. I've got the list here, so. We've done Melton, Skegness, Waltham, Woodhouse, and then Skegness. So yeah, we should have that. Yeah, I'd say safely around about half an hour then from now, rough, because it's still got a couple of fly passes to do. So not to forget that. Oh, better go and get my round radio quickly. Thanks a lot, Peter Atkins. That's correct. Our membership starts at just only $1.99 a month. Couldn't even get a bag of chips for that. Andrew Foley, let me just check. Let me check if I've got Derham on here. Derham, yeah, for the Hurricane, but let's have a look. The first Hurricane fly past Stofold, and that's at between 1:44 and 2:14. Where is that? Where is Stofold? Some of these places I've never heard of, you know. It's pretty cool. The only thing I know about Bradford and Bingley, that's the only one I know. Do you know what? My radio is going off. I think we've got a start up, but I can't hear it because it's so windy. Stofold is in Bedfordshire, I think it is. Stopfold. me, that wind literally has blown my eyes out. Mark Woodruff, you're welcome. Yeah, Andrew, I'm just trying to find out what I can't hear my scanner, but I can see the frequency that I need for a Bbmf startup. So I actually can't hear it because it's so windy. It's unbelievable. Thanks a lot, Claire Bear, who's on the case, on the stream with us as well. Peter Atkins, thank you. EP65, Davey. Ali Leyland, doi oi to you. Here we go, we got the Hurricane, here we go. It is a very, very good day. Look at this. Look at this. Another legendary historic aircraft. It's like a 363, but certainly is. LF363 with the markings of 303 Kosciuszko, Polish squadron. LF363, the last Hurricane to enter Royal Air Force service. Royal Air Force service with Treble 1 Squadron in December 1937, so come out about 8-9 months before the Spitfire Orca Hurricane. Wonderful, wonderful fighter aircraft which serve well in the skies, and 303 Squadron, certainly one of the most successful of the squadrons during World War II. 363. First flew in January 1944, delivered to 5 maintenance unit on January the 28th, 1944, and was in continual RAF service until a crash landing in 1991. And it was believed to be the very last Hurricanes who have entered Royal Air Force service. Jack Hawkins. But luckily LF363 wasn't scrapped like most of the Hurricanes. I think there was only about, I can't remember the number, I think there's about 12, is it about 12 airworthy Hurricanes in the world? But Hawkers received LF363 in September 52 to fully refurbish her in 54, operated by RAF Water Beach Station flight, and she appeared on TV again on the series in War in the Air, and following the year in the film Late Group Captain, starred in the film Reach for the Sky. Story about Group Captain Douglas Bader. Sorry, Bader. It's from the film, sorry. Group Captain Douglas Bader's life, Reach for the Sky, followed by becoming a founder member of the Royal Air Force Historic Flight Biggin Hill, joining in 1957. There is a funny scene on there with Douglas Bader and his crew driving back from a good night, and the MOD police has kept calling him Bader, and it was Bader, and it was a little fun part there, which actually confuses me and gets stuck in my head sometimes, but there we go. So, like the others, off for various fly paths. This is the second sortie of the day for LF 363. Of scale, how you doing? Who's watching with Sarah and Ryan? So a hangar break coming up from our left. TE311. What I'll do, I'll get myself in a nice position. 1 second. Just waiting for TE311. I believe it's on our left somewhere. They do creep up on you very quickly, these lovely historic aircraft. Well, we have certainly been spoiled today here at Coningsby. Featuring the clipped wings for low level and sharper and quicker turn rates. But the downside is with that is that its service ceiling, due to its lower wing area, less wing area, would restrict that to higher altitudes. Long tribute featured on the starboard side of the Spitfire. Beautiful. Well, we have had an excellent day today, really, with all the aircraft that we've had for the Bbmf. Absolutely great day for it. Bit of a contrast to last year. Bit of a contrast to last week, due to the fact that we had 0. But there we go, been spoiled.
Are you flying too later today?
I don't know, sorry. No, sorry.
That's all right.
Correct, yes, so it's a tribute to squadron leader Mark Long, who sadly passed away last year. It was his favourite Spitfire, from what I read. hence they used that particular one. And it's almost coming up to a year soon of that terrible tragedy. Welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. EP65 watching from Netherlands. Avro, Al, Davey, Alan Gates. How are we all doing? Hope we're well. Lancaster Lass, how you doing as well? So we've got 2 Bbmf aircraft airborne at the moment. So we have the Lancaster and the Hurricane. To the Bbmf special show today for you. We've had some good movements really for a little potluck stream, you know. I'm quite excited about that. So tomorrow is a day off and Monday I'll be starting back up again. For a bit of a wait now. I'm just going to have a look at the fly past schedule for the 2. Let's have a look. The Hurricane, its last destination, I think Andrew mentioned it earlier. I think it was, let's have a look. We've got Dereham at sort of 2:45ish. Yeah, North Wootton is the last. North Wootton is its last destination, I think, from what I've got here. You can hear that wind just absolutely just awful, honestly. It's really bad again. So yeah, it looks like North Wootton, wherever that is. Can't imagine it being too far from King's Cliff. Sorry, Dereham. Let me have a quick look. Just to give us a little idea, isn't it? North Wootton, King's Lynn area, isn't it? Right, so yeah, that would make sense. Dereham, King's, then North Wootton, and then back here. So could be a good hour and a half yet, that one. But, no worries. Here for the ride. Right, just gonna go and grab a quick cuppa. Be right back.
patches that you can get from the military.
Yeah, that's it. They are. Some OTUs and whatever. That's our regular Patrick 10. That's the Blue Sky 115, BBC 120, 30. We give these pilots only when they win our award or if they fly TED. But we made 150 just to with a little card to put in the box. It's the red one with a little card on top. That's why it's special. It's only 150.
Yeah.
So little box, etc. That's why.
Yeah. I'll take you to national lunch. Yeah.
Your son, you said, yeah?
Yeah. I've been down at the Vulcan's Rest.
Oh, that's quite popular, that.
Yeah, I've been down there for 2 days, so I've seen all the planes go out pretty much.
You enjoying it?
Oh, superb, yeah. I like it. That's khaki off.
The Lancaster.
I did, yeah.
Yesterday as well.
Yeah, that's right. I've got a bunch of camp one out. It was a Wednesday. I'm trying to think. I've got my days muddled up. I've been here and everywhere just recently.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, then she stayed at the other day,
yeah.
So,
That's cool.
enjoyed the break.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah. Well, I'm full time.
Yeah.
Lucky you. I was in there the other week when the presidential planes came in. I just sat chilling having a beer on the Friday evening it was.
Oh wow.
On the Doomsday. Room 99.
God, lucky you. That's pretty
That's
cool.
a one-off.
It is. It's quite rare, that one. That's a nice one to catch.
Unfortunately, I needed the earplugs.
Really?
She was an auxiliaries and that. Stop. Well, this morning I got woke up by the spit that went up.
Yeah, it was early.
This morning,
Very early.
last night.
I just got here and they were taking off. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I was running out the van, up with the camera, and I was on the campsite at the time.
Yeah.
She forgot right in front of the background. Superb, yeah. So I don't mind that. Cool. Yeah. Right, nice one. Thanks ever so much.
Thank you.
For the challenge.
Like, what's going on here? Oh yeah, that's good, isn't it? Control shutter. Yes. Then again, they're cloth, so you want it less than that, so you stick to there. Because they're propellers, you don't want it too fast, the shut speed. Set it to maybe 100. Then when you're in the light, you may struggle with it too bright. When it comes back, run it on. So I've set it on shutter for you, right? So it's going to be, you're in control now. And when it starts to turn that way, that's when you're going to struggle. The problem is, if you have it on high shut speed, the propeller's going to look still. It's quite hard in this light view. You want to make sure they're this side if you want to give it a go. Do you want to give it a go? Because it will, they usually come, well, I've seen them land, they bang this way, so it'll be alright on that setting. I've got it on. When you get to here, it's going to be like one. It'll just be too bright. That's the problem. It's quite challenging in that. But that, so I've left it on shutter for you for a minute, all right? And then just zooming it out for you. Just give it a go. But you can up the shutter speed when you get to here, but the propeller's going to be still. It's going to look like it's just stopped in the air. It's got that motion. As long as you're sun behind you, you'll be alright. Maybe just leave it when it comes to here. But you'll be alright maybe when it comes to land if you, on those settings, when you get it through the bends, that'll be alright. Alright? And the other thing is, keep practicing, messing around with the settings, have a go, see what works and see what doesn't. That's how I started. I started to move. What I did, I started on 60th of a second, for example. Just left it on a tripod and then just upped it. Take a photo, up it, and just have a look at the difference, and then you kind of get, oh, that's what happens. When you've got a Lancaster again, if you're lucky enough to be down there, do it again, have a look at the settings, see what the propellers still, but then you want it to move a little bit. When it comes to foods, you want it on a really high shutter speed. You don't mind about that. When you're starting on that, then you can start experimenting.
Then he says, I want a lens like that.
Oh, well, the bigger the lens, the harder it is to use still. But they're really good with their stabilisation.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bigger the lens, the better. I can get that. But just learn on that. Yeah, it's good.
You've been looking before, and there was like £300-400.
Yeah.
And that was £135, so I said, oh, I'm having that.
Yeah, and then it looks like you can add different lenses on it, so you'll be alright with that. Yeah, you pick them up quite cheap second hand from CX, so you'll be alright. Best way to start, just mess around with it. Just learn slowly. Get better and better. So I reckon that'd be probably your best bet. Not a bad day, is it?
No.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's go have a quick cup of tea.
Yeah.
How's Mum alright?
Yeah, she went into town this morning, so I brought you up dinner.
Well, you made my mate's day. He's an Arsenal fan, right? Is that right? Yeah, my mate is an Arsenal fan. You met him, didn't you, with your mum?
Yeah.
We were talking about Stevie Bold.
Yeah.
Around 4, but
like last week, was it last weekend, wasn't it? When the Lancaster came back, he'd got his camera out and he was already looking on the track. He just put his phone down for a second, and with that, it came straight over the house. So you missed it, didn't you? Yeah.
How have they adapted the fuel over the years from like 2025 from 1950?
It's probably a lower octane.
So they've had to do some work.
Yeah, there'll be a point where to get the new one. Even the type of yeah, I mean the Lancaster takes 100 octane. That's very flammable. That's extremely, that's 100 octane fuel. So, well, they did then anyway. They did in World War II. I don't know what you do now, but it's like when we used to have the river, like leaded fuel, 4-star. Remember 4-star? And we had to change our engines and stuff. Do you remember that? Or some could and some couldn't. Is around the latest for that fly past is about 10 to 4. So
Oh, she's not going to be out for ages, isn't she?
yeah, she's got a couple of hours yet. Probably should be back before then.
I think what I'll do is I'll mosey on home
Yeah, come back. It'll be
and still tune into
yeah.
you.
You can always
Best of
tune
both
into
worlds.
yeah. going, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So yeah, we've got a bit of a wait at the moment, but at least we can track them. It's something we can track on ADSB. The Hurricane making some great progress there. Lancaster just sort of in between a triangle of Eccleshaw, Stone and Stafford, just south of Stone at the moment. LF363. I've just done a fly past at Stopfold. I've got that one. It's just about to become. Let's have a look. It's just sort of, yeah, it's just going over the Bassingbourne barracks at the moment. So let's see what we've got for the Hurricane. I'm just going to have a look at the details just to give you an idea of some times, because obviously you know how this works. Let's see, Bbmf, here we go. So the schedule is, so it's just on Stopfold, or stop, yeah, and it is 44. So it's got a fly past over Flixton. It's the Norfolk and Suffolk Aviation Museum as well. And then it's, after that it's Dereham. And after that it's North Wootton near King's Lynn. That's its last one by the look of it. I think it is. I think so, yeah. Past. We'll see how this goes. But I've got here a fly pass for Cranwell today, but it doesn't tell me what it is. So looking at the times, it could be the Lancaster. So Dereham between 2:30 and 3 o'clock it's got there. Looks like it will be on time at this rate. But for now it's heading for Norfolk and Suffolk Aviation Museum over Flixton. I've also got something also got something flying past over Liddington Village, Fate. Let me just see where that is. See if it corresponds with that area. I'm learning some new places of Britain at the moment with this. If it's in that vicinity, then it'll be that. No, I'd say that was, no, that's, yeah, I'd say that was for the Lancaster. Yeah, that one's for the Lancaster. So, yeah, so that makes sense from Flixton to Dereham and then North Wootton, King's Lynn. I'd say that would be it. And in saying that, got something for Kirkby Underwood. Now, that could be either or, so we're going to have to just sit here and wait patiently as we do. you all have a great weekend after today's show. And we will be back on our usual. We do stream 5 days. Well, we try, weather permitting, 5 days a week. Like I said, don't forget to hit your notification bell button, where you'll be able to find out where we're streaming either on the day or 24 hours before or thereabouts the day before. I'll be able to give you a more accurate update, hoping for some great stuff for you this year. So we've got airborne PA474, the Avro Lancaster of the Bbmf, and the Hawker Hurricane of the Bbmf, LF363. And of course, for those that don't know much about the Lancaster, well, before it became one of them, it was the very much unloved Avro Manchester, and I say unloved due to the fact that it was very unreliable, was grounded several times, and I feel kind of sorry for it, but all things happen for a reason, and if it wasn't for the Avro Manchester, perhaps, maybe, we wouldn't have got the Avro Lancaster. So for those that don't know about the Avro Manchester, what it looks like, I'll give you a quick idea. They're very hard to get hold of. In fact, even as a Airfix model or a Revel or Tamiya or anything like that to bond together was very similar. In fact, obviously Roy Chadwick and Avro designed the Avro Manchester, but the very first one was the Avro Manchester 1A, and it looked almost identical to the, you know, pretty much, or the Lancaster was there in the making for it. It was very similar to it. Like I said, it had 6 foot taken off either side, and the reason for that, because it had 2 engines, and it was at the time a development by Rolls-Royce. It was the powerful Avro Vulture engines. I mean, they were producing 1760 horsepower, which is some power on each of those engines. That's, you know, that's some serious power there. But the problem was, or just one more difference, is the fact that the Mark 1A had a 3rd stabilizer. It actually looked a bit like a, I don't know, like a Vickers Wellington bomber's stabilizer. So it had the H-tail, but it actually had 3 stabilizers for whichever reason. But that changed to the H-tail 2-fin configuration. So it was quite similar to this, very similar. If you have a look, if you wanted to have a look what an Avro Manchester looks like, it's very similar to this. 2 engines, and taken either side to 90 feet rather than 102. So 6 foot taken off either side before this beauty came along. So Avro had the design of the aircraft correct. The problem lied with the engines. That was the problem, and the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines were just not quite ready yet, and yet the Air Ministry really needed something more powerful than a Handley Page Hampden, a Bristol Blenheim, something a bit more speed, a bit more power. You know, they started to add the rear turrets and top turrets and that kind of thing. It was ready, but the engines were not. So the design was almost there. So another legendary design from the man himself, Roy Chadwick, and the crew of Avro. So what happened? Well, the problem with the Avro Vulture the ball bearings inside, the bearings started to overheat and then they cause fire. So being airborne during combat mission, a bomber's fully loaded and your engine is catching fire, or engines catching fire. The amount of stories that I've heard where pilots have had to ditch, sacrificing themselves, saving their crew, ordering them to bail out, wasn't uncommon at all. The other problem was with problems with the engines on the Avro Manchester. The propellers started to feather, and if you think every single propeller is like a mini compressor blade, or you could say like a wing, because look at that as they're moving, you know, nicely. Look at my little engines there. If I was to bend one of these and knock this out, it's not gonna, it's gonna start to feather, and then it'll have a massive effect on the engine, causing it to either cut out, set alight, or both. So that was the problems that the Avro Manchester faced. Now, don't worry, it did come, you know, into effect. Now, the development of the Avro Manchester, it was designated as Avro 679. It was a twin-engine heavy bomber, so already the thoughts of having something more powerful, something with a bigger payload, was already there. It was introduced in November 1940, and it was 207 Squadron at RAF Waddington that, sorry, not Waddington. It was, yeah, I think it was. What am I doing? Yes, I was saying 207 Squadron, and again they had the first to operate that. I think it was delivered to Boscombe Down, if I may say that. Actually, sorry about that. Getting that confused with 44 Squadron's Avro Lancaster. Anyway, back to the Manchester. So the design itself, it retired. Right, check this out. It retired in 1942. Yes, retired 1942. It was put into the battlefield just with all these issues that it had. Okay, so it was a requirement laid out by the Air Ministry, specification P7350, which sought a capable medium bomber which was able to equip the Royal Air Force and replace its twin-engine bombers like the Hampden and the Wellington. But it performed its maiden flight 25th of July 1939, entered the service in 1940, just over 12 months after the outbreak of the war. Now, it was operated by the Royal Air Force and Royal Canadian Air Force, and the Manchester came to be regarded as a failure, all because of the engines. So they were underdeveloped and underpowered, even though they had, you know, on paper it looked good at 1760 horsepower. The Manchester was redesigned eventually to become this, the Avro Lancaster. I'm just going to hang on for a moment. That wind is absolutely savage. I don't know what that was. Not sure what on earth that was, but there we go. So yeah, this same specification, which Handley Page had also produced their initial design, that would become the Halifax bomber as well. So, you know, the Sterling came out, the Halifax bomber came out. This was issued in May 1936 and called for a twin-engine monoplane medium bomber for worldwide use. But eventually, this all changed. The other requirement was to be capable of carrying out shallow 30-degree dive bombing attacks and carry heavy bomb loads of 8,000 pounds, that's 3,600 kilos, or two 18-inch torpedoes, which the Handley Page Hampden could do already, the torpedo. So this was the specification. Now, Avro had already started working on a corresponding design and having received formal invitation to tender. So the company was in competition with the Bolton, Paul, Bristol and Ferry, Handley Page and Shorts, and literally a race to develop something quickly and be the first, because obviously that meant money. If you get an order of, if you're successful building an aircraft, that meant money. So Handley Page was there, and also Vickers also had the Warwick, which had the Napier Sabre engines, but eventually chose against using that. In 1937, the Avro design and rival Handley Page 56 were accepted, and the prototypes of both were ordered. But in mid-1937, the Air Ministry exercised their right to order the types off the drawing board. So it was expected that the specification P1336 would begin replacing RAF's medium bombers, such as the Whitworth, Whitley, the Handley Page and the Vickers Wellington. Although the Vickers Wellington went on to be produced in throughout the whole war. It actually was there, and it kept going in 16 different variants, and they produced over 11,400, becoming the RAF's most produced bomber of the war. Now, Avro designed the design was around the use of the Rolls-Royce Vulture. It was a 24 cylinder X-block engine, and it was two Rolls-Royce which was basically two Rolls-Royce Peregrine V cylinder blocks mounted on the top of each other, which gave the X shape, hence the X block. When developed in 35, the Vulture engine had promise. It's rated 1760, but it proved woefully unreliable. They had to derate it to 1480 with a max probably about 1500. The prototype Manchester was hang on, sorry, the wind is just ridiculous right now. So I'm just hanging on for dear life for a minute. So L7246 assembled by their experimental department at Manchester's Ringway Airport. The Vulture engine was chosen by Avro and not stipulated by the Air Ministry, as it's sometimes claimed. Now, other engine layouts considered were to use two Bristol Hercules or the Bristol Centaurus radial engines. Handley Page HP56 always intended as a backup to Avro, but there was a few more problems started to arise from 37. While the Manchester was designed with the twin tail, the first, like I said, Mark 1 had three stabilisers. They were succeeded by the Mark 1A, which reverted to a twin fin. So I kind of said that back to front, sorry. So Mark 1 was the original with the three stabilisers, one in the middle, which looked like a Vickers Wellington tail in the middle. So it actually had three fins, but then the Mark 1A was brought out and it reverted to a two-fin system. So they had a prototype and constructed 177 Manchesters, while the Metropolitan Vickers completed 32 aircraft. Plans for Armstrong, Whitworth and Fairey Aviation at Ringway, now Manchester Airport, to build Manchesters were abandoned. Now, Fairey's order for 150 Manchesters were replaced by orders of the Halifax. So it was a bit of a competition between them all, but you know, it got into serious trouble eventually because they started to realise those engines were awful, and vulnerable parts of the aircraft were armoured, but the pilot had additional armour and bulletproof glass, and armoured bulkhead was to the rear of the navigator position. Now, the Manchester featured three hydraulically operated turrets located in the nose, the rear and mid upper fuselage, and the addition of the ventral turret directly behind the bomb bay, which also been considered and tested. It was finally given a chance to become operational on the 5th of August 1940. The first prototype the first production Avro Manchester L7276 delivered to RAF Boscombe Down in advance of service acceptance trials. In November 1940, the Manchester officially entered service with 207 Squadron, who today fly the F-35B, and they are an operational conversion unit for both the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy. I mean, how cool is that? So they flew this, and then now today they fly the F-35B. Amazing. The type passed all acceptance tests by 21st of December 1940. 207 had at least 8 Manchesters on strength by the end of 1940, and the Manchester's first operational mission was conducted on the 24th and 25th of February 1941 in a raid on the French port of Brest. And on the 13th of March 1941, L7319 became the first Manchester to be shot down by enemy fire. April the 13th, 1941, all Manchesters were temporarily grounded due to the higher than expected number of engine bearing failures. On the 16th of June 1941, a second grounding was of the type, but it was more engine trouble. They started to develop propeller feathering, and production of the Manchester was halted in November 1941, by which point there was 202 Manchesters in service. Like I said, this is not a Manchester. They're extremely rare to get hold of at all, if any were ever made. But you know, Avro was trying to modify everything, but in the end, you know, it was decided, right, we got to do something about this. So modifications were made at Avro to address some of the technical issues experienced until the strength suffered, and Bomber Command was frequently unable to raise significant numbers of aircraft to participate in large bombing missions. 7th November 1941, all of the RAF serviceable bombers had been dispatched to bomb Berlin. Now, out of the force of 400 bombers, only 15 of these were Manchesters. On the 3rd of March 1942, out of force of nearly 200 bombers sent against a Renault factory near Paris, 25 were Manchesters, while during the first 1,000 bomber raid on Cologne on the 30th of May 1942, 35 Manchesters were amongst the 1,047 bombers. Flying officer Leslie Venter was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross for his actions while piloting Manchester L7301 of 50 Squadron during the Cologne bombing mission. But all behold, it was time to make some changes. The Mark III Manchester, serial number BT308, it was time for Roy Chadwick to come up with something, because having an aircraft grounded did not look good. So what did he do? Right, he decided that, okay, the airframe is beautiful, it flies well, but not the engines. So he decided to use 4 engines, completely different. He used the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 engines. He added 4, but obviously the wingspan wasn't good enough, long enough, so he extended it by 6 feet, giving it a total wingspan of 102 feet. BT308 prototype was at RAF Waddington, and it was a success. Now, it was going to be called the Manchester Mark III. That was decided, it was a no. And ladies, gents and teddy bears, flying beautifully with its 4 new Merlin engines, they gave it a new name, the Avro Lancaster, delivered to 44 Squadron on Christmas Eve 1941. The following months they did their first raids over Essen while doing their training, and finally the Augsburg raid took place with lots and lots of training. The Augsburg raid, or number 44 Squadron, the first major raid, the first time the Luftwaffe had really ever encountered these beauties. You know, it looked right, it flew right. These gents, teddy bears, the Avro Lancaster, and it outperformed the Halifax, it outperformed the Short Stirling, being the first 4-engine bomber of the Royal Air Force. It was, like you just heard, it was a bit of a contest, a bit of a race to be the first to get, you know, Stirling than the Halifax. It was far more maneuverable. It didn't have the issues, you could say it did, but with different engines known as the Manchester. But the Lancaster, a favourite by Air Marshal Harris, nicknamed Bomber Harris, with his I shall not be bullied bomber command mission, the 1,000 bomber raid of 1,047 bombers, which was legendary, named as the 1,000 bomber raid. Amazing that. But there we go, that's just a brief history with its 33 feet long bomb bay, 5 foot wide. Of course, the Avro Lancaster, just 2 airworthy today, one in Canada and one here. They did make a, I think they made a, did they make a civilian version called the Lancastrian? Or was that with jet engines or something? If I remember, there was something. There was a. I'm trying to remember if it was something else. No, it was the Lancastrian. Was, I'm sure it was a civilian version of the Lancaster, right? Is that right? And then they made the Avro York as well from that. Developed into the Avro York as well, another one. But don't really talk about those too much, but. You know, the Avro Lancaster Mark 1, like I said, an absolute beaut, really was. Had a crew of 7, the flight engineer, navigator, bomb aimer, nose gunner, wireless operator, mid upper and rear gunners. Had the length of 69 foot and 4 inches, that's 21 metres or 21.13 metres. Wingspan, as mentioned, 102. Height, 20 feet at 6.25 metres. the very first one, the V12 liquid-cooled piston engines. Now, I mentioned about the Vulture engines being 1760 horsepower. Now, the Merlin were less powered but so much more reliable, and it suited the Avro Lancaster. 1280 horsepower each, three-bladed propellers, a cruise speed of 200 miles per hour with a max speed of around 282, with a service ceiling of 21,400. Guns, 303s, two of them. The Browning Mark II machine guns in the nose turret, two 303s, the Browning Mark II machine guns in the upper turret, more 303s in the rear turret, and two Brownings in the ventral turret as well. Bombs could easily do the 14,000 pounders, but could also carry the 22,000 pound Grand Slam. Avionics developed the H2S radar in later variants, T1154 and R1155 radios. Right, how's our Spitfire doing? Sorry, Hurricane. How's our Hurricane doing? Let's have a look here now. Are you off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Have a good one. Enjoy. Yeah. Take care.
Cheers, bro.
See you soon. All right. Bye. See ya. Of course, with all that power, the Bbmf don't actually fly it at full power. They do have to look after the airframe, of course, due to the nature of the aircraft. They only max it out with a 1.8G plus 1.8G. That's the maximum to save the airframe from all the stresses. And I can't, I'm trying to remember the amount of power that they give out. It's certainly not 100%, although it can do in like emergency scenarios. I'll see if I can find it for you. I read it somewhere, how much power that they put into the Lancaster. I'll have to have a look, Ted. Have a look, mate. Let's have a look. I'm going to see if I can find it for you, because I read it somewhere and I can't find it anymore. Yeah, so they do have a meter on board which tells them the G rating, so called a fatigue meter on board, carefully monitored after each flight to check the plus 1.8 G to minus or 0 barrier is never exceeded. That one I do know, but I'm just trying to find you the power rating on it. Never mind. It's so windy I can't even have a look at my notes. I'll end up in Tatchell Lakes at that rate. So it looks like our Hurricane is aiming for Flixton. Thanks a lot, Steve Broughton. So it's Uppingham at the moment. Should be going over Stamford as well very shortly. Clown Bear's there, ready for a bit of filming or just to enjoy it. How's everyone doing? James S, Steve Broughton, Joe Mayers, Dr. Paul Mayers, Margot, Andy D, Wayne, Peter Atkins, Debbie Solkin. Yeah, it's interesting because the someone mentioned the Shackleton. I believe the tail, the H tail, is pretty much the same as the Avro Lancaster, right? So yeah, just over Flixton now, so I'm just going to double check. So we've got oh yes, thanks a lot Davey for the updates. Thanks a lot man for working all day with us again, Davey. Thank you very much. So after Flixton, it's got Dereham, North Wootton, so that's close to King's Lynn, and I think that could be it. It'll be heading back. So at least another hour at least for anything to come back, unfortunately. But we'll ride it out. There's nothing, you know, we can do about that. We just got to ride this out and keep tracking them. But thank you very much everyone who's tuned in to the Ted Coningsby channel. That wind just howling through. So LF 363 just over Long Stratton, and we'll head north west to Dereham. Just flown past over King's Cliff. Wow, what a sight that would be, right? Imagine if I was doing a lost airfield and a Lancaster came over. That would be amazing. It's just doing a fly past now over King's Cliff, ladies, gents and teddy bears. One of our first, if not the first ever Lost Airfields episode. If you love history, we do a sort of like a side series called the Lost Airfields. Check it out. I think we're on episode 9. I think we're on now. So we can do a quick Q&A if you got any questions to ask about Coningsby aircraft and its history. Let us know, and we'll certainly do our best. So Q&A time, I think. Ted, you're going to be all right in this wind, mate. Bless him. Goodness me, this is atrocious up here. Paul Mayers, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March, thank you very much. Ali Leyland, Guards March to you as well. Thank you very much for the super chat. They gave their tomorrow for our today. Lest we forget. Thank you BBMF for all you do. Guards March to you. And Debbie Solcombe. Welcome. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron as well. Guards March. Thank you very much indeed. Now let me just get Ted sorted and we can. Might be able to get Ted on there for the right, here we go. Right, I think we'll be all right with Ted there now. Okay, let's see if we've got any Q&As from everyone. Let's have a look, Ted. So you're going to be all right? Yeah, we'll go without the flag, Ted. Let's have a look here now. Let's have a look. Let me see if we've got any questions. Dave Earl, what's the difference between the Lancaster and the Shackleton? Well, quite simply, the actual purpose of the design and the role of the aircraft. The Avro Shackleton was pretty much, I would put it under being like the, hang on, I'm thinking, I'm sorry, I know it was a maritime patrol aircraft, right? So I'm thinking P8, it's like the World War II's, or at least that period of being the, almost like a P8 of that time, right? What do you reckon? Does that sound about right? So it was kind of like, you know, the Lancaster was a heavy bomber and the Shackleton was a long-range maritime patrol aircraft. So it was literally armed, ready to torpedo stuff. And sorry, not World War II, because it was after. It was introduced in 1951. So first flight though was in 1949. Retired in you know, as late as 1991, and it was developed from the, you know, it developed itself from the famous Lancaster bomber. So it had a very different role to the Lancaster. You could say it was developed from the Avro Lincoln, because the Avro Lincoln was, you know, the successor to the Avro Lancaster. So, you know, it had a very different role indeed, and that was literally its purpose. I was just thinking of, I've been in the Shackleton before, which was quite cool. So it was designed to take out maritime patrol. It had just trying to think of the wingspan was 120 feet, so 20 foot wider than the Lancaster. Surface ceiling a little bit slightly lower than the Lancaster, just over 20,000 feet surface ceiling. Bombs, 10,000 pound of bombs, but it had torpedoes and mines and conventional nuclear depth charges. So that would be, for me, just the difference straight away would be the actual role of the aircraft. Avro Al, what's your favourite BBMF aircraft, Nikos? Oh, good question. I'm going to go with the Photo Reconnaissance PR Mark 19 Spitfire. I do like that one, but saying that, the Lancaster's a beaut as well. Is that, if it's just BBMF, I'm going to go with the, it is a tough one between the Lancaster and the Mark 19 Spitfire. If it's World War II aircraft, then it's a choice between the B-17 and the P-47, but there we go. Great questions coming up, thank you very much. Mark Dudley, yes it did, yeah. If you got any, we'll do a Q&A if you've got any questions about aircraft, do my best to remember. If not, there's plenty of you on there, but I'll do my best, so thank you very much. If you could do that, that'd be great. If you've got any Q&As, go for it. Davey, F35 Darrenell. Avro Al, no worries, no worries. I mean, I don't really have like a sole dedicated one, because I'll be honest with you, the more I study an aircraft, then I get to love it. So you know me and the P47 and the B-17s getting thick into it, but there we go. has asked, oi, which is better, F-35 or F-22? My answer, I haven't flown any of them, so I couldn't tell you. Oh, wow, that's hilarious. But you have to think about it realistically. The F-35 would be the better aircraft due to the fact that it is the world's most advanced, sophisticated aircraft stealth fighter with 3 variants as well to choose from. So it would have to, you know, for what it does and being the successor, you'd expect the F-35 to be better. Jakey, I think I've just answered that. H2000, what is your favourite aircraft from World War II? It is the P-47 Thunderbolt. Thanks a lot, Jakey, H2000. Steve Blur, my advice to you is literally pick a random day and go for it, because nothing is ever publicised. Chipaz 1990, regarding the red arrows, just enjoy what we got, never speculate, just enjoy what's there. Yeah, Shackleton's, I think they operated from Lossiemouth as well, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, the Avro Shackletons. And there was a real interesting story, and they did catch out a few of our enemies, shall I call them. They were pretending to be fishing boats, and I'm not going to mention the country, but there was out on patrol at Lossiemouth out in the sea, there was a scenario where there was, you know, non-friendlies pretending to be shipping boats, and I was having a like a mini interview with one of the ex-Avro Shackleton crew, and he said that when do you see fishing boats without birds all over them? Yeah, which that was a very good point, and yeah, I'll let you have an imagination on that one. Hope we're all good. Nikos, how you doing? Oyo Nikos, how long is the runway at Coningsby? I think it's 9,000. This is runway 0725. I don't hang on, I'm going to take a pop guess, right? I think it's 9,003 feet, which is what, 2,744 meters. I think runway 12 and 30 will probably be about 6,000 feet, but that is actually, we can probably have a look because of the markers if they've got them. I'm going to say about 6,000 feet for the runway 12 and 30, I think, and then the main runway is just over 9,000 feet, 9,003. Ted, all right. Let's have a look, see if we've got any more. Let me just scroll around because I'm trying to hang on. Lancaster, Stamford, Shackleton 8 Squadron Lossiemouth. Okay, Millie's daddy. Nikos, as you come into Coningsby, why is the church clock so big? Okay. The church clock, right, let me think about it. So you'll notice that it only has one hand, and I believe it was very common. It'd be a lot easier to read. I think it was actually quite common in the 17th century to have a single-handed clock. Very few survive, but I think the idea was if you've only got the one hand, you would have to make the face big. And that is just a quick guess to why it's big, but my thinking is the fact that yeah, I'll go with that. But the design of having a one-handed clock was actually quite common than you'd think. Debbie Salkin, Nikos, have you got a favourite airfield you'd like to be at? Favourite airfield? Well, for Ted, it has to be here. This is his home. This is where he started out. And big shout out to the 17 Squadron, 17 Coningsby Air Cadets. Corey, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Sean Oliver, Nikos and Ted, PA474 just gone over us. Nice. Thanks a lot, everyone, for your questions on our quick Q&A. Jakey H2000, yes, it was that the veteran. That was cool, wasn't it? And we're hoping to do a few more Ted Cadet talks through the year, as Ted does inspire our future generation. It's quite nice and an honour to be able to do that. Oh, he's off. I'm just going to have a quick check on ADSB, see how our our Hurricane and Lancaster are doing. Thanks everyone who took part in the Q&As. Thank you very much. I'm just having a quick look at ADSB. Absolutely awful out here. Actually, this is really bad up here, I'm telling you. Let's have a look. Still got some more questions here. Let's have a look. The one-handed clock. Millie's daddy, Nikos, what is the range of the Lancaster? Having a debate if it could travel the length of the country and back. I think the range on the Lancasters, I think it's 4,073 kilometers. That's what, 2,529 miles or so, something like that. I know they can go out for hours, literally, but don't forget, it all depends on how much fuel, or okay, we're going to top up the fuel then. Sorry, how much payload is on there, how many how many bombs. You know, without any bombs on there, I'd say it could probably do about 4,000 kilometers at least. I did a lovely figure of 8 over Stamford. Hope you got that, Claire Bear. Let me message her, see if she got it. So LF363 looks like it's on its way back. You never know, we might get lucky and have them both back, but we'll see. They are aiming this way, but I think they've still got more fly paths, you know. Quick look what fly paths we got left. So it's done Crowland. Yeah, the Lancaster's still got quite a few to go yet. Still got Spalding to do, Kirkby, Underwood, Scampton, Nettleham. Nettleham will be its last one. Crowland. So it is, to be honest, it is on time. On the earlier slot, so that's quite good. It's got the flower parade over Spalding, so if you look at it, I'll give you an idea. So it is pretty much on time, you know. Which actually it kind of, yeah, it's over Spalding now, isn't it? Here we go. So that's that one there. So it's 14:58. So if you look at the Spalding times, at 14:54, so you can say plus 4 minutes on the earlier time slot. Looking at 3:30 on its last one at Nettleham. Yeah, it should be back just before 4, you know, which is pretty good. Yeah, Mark Dudley, the Lancaster's still got quite a few more fly paths to do. It's still got Scampton to do as well as Cranwell. you hear that wind just savage. Do we ever not get any wind in this country? Because it's always quite punchy, you know. A lot of my streams, when I play them back, they've always got like real punchy, strong winds. Oi, oi. safely back. All good. So just one more then the Avro Lancaster PA474, which should be back just before 1600 local at a guess. Done a fly past at Kirkby Underwood as well, so we can track our. So it's got Cranwell, Scampton, and Nettleham. So 3 more to do. So Kirkby Underwood. I'd say about quarter to 4. Let's go with that. maybe before 4. Yeah, it should be half an hour, 45 minutes max. It's got 3 more fly pasts to do. So. Just about to do the fly past at Cranwell. That's going to be something nice. So that was set to be around 10 past 3. So this will give us an idea. So if we round it off to 3:15, we can just add 5 minutes on the last one. So if we say 3:30, it will do the fly past at Nettleham. This is Nikos's workings out. Then however far Nettleham is, which is near Scampton, to be fair. So 3:30, 3:35, yeah, 3:40. I reckon we'll be all right with 3:40. You know, half hour, probably good. Hi, all right?
Yeah, not too bad. Is there
Good.
anything else about today, you know?
Just the Lancaster. Should be in the next half an hour.
Really? Okay, thank you.
doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel as we close in on the final stages of our show. We're just waiting for PA474 to return. So after Cranwell, it's Scampton. And it's just about to skirt around the west of Lincoln, heading for Scampton and then Nettleham, and that's it, RTB. Down the two last fly pasts for the day for PA474, Scampton, Nettleham, and finally back to base at Coningsby. So it's just to the west of Lincoln at the moment. Bbmf do change their livery every 5 years or so, and they've had KMV Baker for the Augsburg raid, and they even had this, the Johnny Walker with Whiskey Sierra and J. PA474 that you can just about see there with the Johnny Walker, the whiskey brand, which you can see there. So you get a good idea. And this marked this specific aircraft, W4964, was involved on the 12th of November 1944, along with 617 Squadron. So this is the WS, that's the 9 Squadron markings. armed with tour boys to do one mission: to sink the Tirpitz. They've tried on several occasions, and they just couldn't do it due to its strategic position. But luckily they moved it. I believe that helped. See, the way they positioned the Tirpitz was the fact that, yes, you might be able to get to us if you survive all the anti-aircraft weaponry on the Tirpitz, but how are you going to get back? So they actually took a route down to, I think it was Algeria, and then on the way back they would bomb Italy. That really confused the, you know, World War II Germany, really confused them. That, and number 617 with AJ, Alpha Juliet, on their markings, and of course 9 Squadron is Whiskey Sierra. And you can see that even today on some of the Typhoons with the green bat and red at the top on the tail with WS for 9 Squadron. This one, I believe, did actually hit the Tirpitz, and PA474 actually bore and wore the markings of this very butte. Actually took part in that raid with that livery. So like I said, they do change livery every 5 years, and this was a late 90s livery, and then they changed it again. And of course today we have various 2 more liveries on PA474. And of course they did actually sink the Tirpitz on that day, November the 12th, 1944. So that's Scampton done, and it's just heading for Nettleham now, which is probably about a minute away right now for them. Just to Lancaster, not long now. No, it's coming back. Yeah, 10 minutes. Not today. So it's just doing a fly past over Nettleham right now, so won't be long. Dunholm Lodge, wasn't that near Nettleham, by the way? Really? Around now to complete one more fly past of Nettleham. Phantom of the Ruhr did have that on the side at one point as well. Definitely. It's had quite a few liveries. It's had K&B Baker, Phantom of the Ruhr. I've got some of the markings here actually in my trusty book from 2000. How about this then? Check this one out then. How about this? Check that out. Oh yeah. Ted's collection growing thick and fast. Yeah, it's impossible to actually read it because of the wind. So we'll put that away. Yeah, I won't ruin that. Let's leave that there, Ted. It's just going to get destroyed here. Right, I was going to show you some of the books I've got which have been signed by ex-Lancaster crew, but it's impossible in this. It will just rip it to shreds. Absolutely savage out here. Let's see, right, so heading back already. Here we go. So just about to approach Woodhall Spa in just a moment, which means it's very close to home now.
Which direction is he coming from, mate?
Go. It's just over Woodhall Spa. Catch a glimpse of it, just a little bit of it. Oh my word! I'll do my best to actually get you some footage of this. Give me 1 sec. I'm just going to move Ted a moment because Ted is feeling it at the minute. usual V-Day celebrations continue with various flypasts from the Bbmf. The day is complete with the Avro Lancaster. Thanks to everyone who's supported the channel today. Margot, Doncaster Lass and Sunset Moments, thank you so much for your super chats. Guards marches coming up for the three of you. As we finish up our show, thank you very much to Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March, Doncaster Lass as well, thank you very much for the super. Guards March, and finally Sunset Moments as well, Guards March as well for you. Thank you. And I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been a great day. I've certainly enjoyed it as well. And it paid off. There we go, better than last week, right? We didn't have anything last week, and this week we did. There we go. That's the perils of plane spotting. But there we go, especially military. So I hope you all enjoyed it. And just a quick one before I get blown off. Ted, let's just make a little salute. A salute to the Bbmf. Thank you very much. And of course, RAF Coningsby, thank you so much. A salute to all of you. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, a salute to all of you as well. Have a great weekend. Feels like a Friday because we normally finish on a Friday, but not this time of year. We'll be doing a few of these, but they are hard to come by because you just don't know. It's potluck, as you know. So hope you all enjoyed today. It's been a great action-packed Bbmf day, especially with the Hurricane display as well in the morning. So thank you very much. We're off to have a good weekend, Teddy, aren't we? So I want to wish you all an amazing weekend. Hope you have a great time and enjoy. Make it a better weekend than last weekend, right? Even though it might have been amazing last weekend, have an even better one this weekend. So my name's Nick Oss, cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So it is for the last time for the week. It's see you soon. Wish you well. Teddy, let's go before we get blown out, mate.
Well,